Welcome back to At Hollow Midnight, where we delve into the delightfully dull corners of history and imagination. If you find yourself battling the quiet tyranny of the night, perhaps a subscription will offer a peaceful, if peculiar, distraction from the relentless march of wakefulness. Today, we begin a new chronicle, one steeped in the peculiar tedium of nocturnal science, or what passes for it. This is Chapter 1. The Alchemist's Restless Nights. Alistair Finch, an alchemist by trade, or at least by the faded, slightly water-damaged sign that hung precariously above his slightly sagging door, knew the true meaning of an empty night. His workshop, a cluttered cavern of cracked beakers and tarnished alembics, whispered secrets only to the dust motes that danced in the anemic glow of a solitary oil lamp. The air, thick with the scent of forgotten experiments and the faint metallic tang of regret, did little to soothe the relentless churn of his perpetually unsleeping mind. For Alistair, the hours between midnight and dawn were not for repose, but for a peculiar kind of torment, a waking dream of utter, soul-crushing boredom. He had not truly slept in what felt like a geological epoch, merely drifted through a series of shallow, unrefreshing twilight states, his thoughts a relentless, buzzing hive of inconsequential observations and half-formed notions that refused to coalesce into anything useful, much less restful. The world outside his window, usually so vibrant with the clamor of the market by day, became a vast, silent, intimidating void by night, punctuated only by the distant, mournful hoot of an owl or the rhythmic drip of a leaky gutter on the cobbled lane below. It was in these vast, echoing stretches of wakefulness that Alistair found himself drawn, night after night, to the worn wooden workbench beneath the lamp. His insomnia was not the fiery, anxious sort that propels one into frenzied activity. Rather, it was a dull, persistent ache behind the eyes, a leaden weariness that paradoxically prevented any true slumber. His mind, tired beyond measure, simply refused to switch off, preferring instead to meticulously categorize the various shades of gray on the workshop walls, or to contemplate, at length, the precise moment an unidentifiable residue had formed on the inside of his most seldom used retort. His hands, though often shaky from fatigue, still possessed a certain methodical precision, a kind of muscle memory born of years spent meticulously pouring, stirring, and distilling liquids that, more often than not, amounted to nothing more than slightly differently colored water. He yearned for the oblivion of sleep, for the blissful erasure of thought that a truly deep slumber promised, but it remained an elusive mirage, always just beyond the reach of his consciousness. The potions Alistair tinkered with were, to put it mildly, useless. He wasn't pursuing the philosopher's stone, nor was he attempting to transmute lead into gold, or concoct elixirs of eternal youth. Those grand, audacious dreams of his youth had long since evaporated, replaced by a weary resignation and a mild fascination with the utterly mundane. His nocturnal endeavors were born purely of the need to fill the gaping maw of time that stretched before him each evening. There was the tincture of slightly less crinkled parchment which, when applied, made old documents infinitesimally smoother, though still utterly unreadable. Then there was the elixir of marginally reduced squeakiness, concocted to lessen the auditory assault of a particularly persistent floorboard in his bedroom, a project that had consumed 3 full silent nights and yielded only a faint, almost imperceptible improvement. He had even, on one memorable occasion, spent an entire week brewing the concoction of comprehensively less annoying dust motes, a liquid intended to make the tiny particles floating in the lamplight move in a more aesthetically pleasing, less chaotic fashion. The result, predictably, was that the dust motes continued their utterly indifferent dance, completely unaffected by Alistair's noble, if misguided, intervention. These were the products of a mind desperate for occupation, for any small, quantifiable victory against the vast, oppressive emptiness of the sleepless hours. His workshop itself was a testament to this quiet despair. Shelves groaned under the weight of forgotten reagents in stoppered bottles. Their labels faded and peeling, their contents long since separated into curious layers of sediment and cloudy liquid. Flasks sat haphazardly on benches, some still containing the remnants of past failures, others merely waiting, perpetually empty, for an inspiration that never quite arrived. The air carried the faint, pervasive scent of something vaguely organic, something that had perhaps once been a vibrant plant or a hopeful mineral, now reduced to a mere historical footnote in Alistair's ongoing narrative of mild disappointment. The only sounds were the soft sizzle of the oil lamp, the gentle whisper of his own breathing, and the almost imperceptible scratch of his quill as he dutifully, if despairingly, logged his nightly non-discoveries in a leather-bound journal. He would meticulously record the precise temperature of the ambient air, the exact humidity, the phase of the moon, and the utterly consistent lack of any noteworthy reaction from his latest concoction. Observation: Vial 7b, containing diluted moss water and powdered lint, continues to exhibit no discernible effervescence or chromatic shift. Conclusion: utterly inert. As anticipated. Time, 3:17. Such was the scintillating prose that filled his late-night musings. He would often find himself gazing into the shimmering surface of a bubbling beaker, not with anticipation, but with a kind of weary resignation. His reflection, pale and drawn, stared back, framed by shadows that seemed to cling to his perpetually tired eyes. His hair, once a vibrant reddish-brown, had dulled to an indeterminate mousy shade, streaked with premature gray. His usually neat waistcoat was often askew, stained with faint smudges of unknown substances, and his spectacles perched precariously on his nose, forever threatening to slip off. There was no grandeur here, no dramatic flashes of insight or potent, world-altering discoveries. Just the quiet hum of a mind refusing to rest, finding solace only in the methodical, repetitive motions of a craft that had long since lost its magic for him. The alchemist, in his dim sanctuary, was not seeking gold or glory, but merely a temporary reprieve from the relentless ticking of the clock, from the suffocating blanket of silence that descended upon the world when everyone else was fortunate enough to be lost in the embrace of dreams. Each night was an odyssey not of adventure, but of enduring patience, a testament to the sheer human capacity for enduring profound, inescapable boredom. He would rearrange his reagents, polish a particularly dull mortar and pestle, or simply sit, perfectly still, listening to the gentle hiss of his small, inefficient furnace, a sound that, like all things in his sleepless nights, was both monotonous and strangely comforting in its sheer, unwavering predictability. He was a prisoner of his own wakefulness, chained to the endless hours, and his only escape was to occupy his hands, however fruitlessly, in the hope that sheer physical exhaustion might, just might, finally trick his mind into silence. It never did. The quiet torment continued. A symphony of subtle disappointments played out against the backdrop of an indifferent night. The endless stirring, the meticulous measurement of ingredients that stubbornly refused to react, the faint, almost imperceptible scent of dust and stagnation, all combined to create a tableau of quiet, persistent futility. And so, Alistair Finch would pass another night, waiting for dawn, waiting for the world to awaken and offer at least the distraction of its mundane bustle, a reprieve from the profound, unyielding solitude of his unbidden wakefulness. His only true companion in these hours was the unwavering commitment of his mind to stay stubbornly, miserably awake. Chapter 2. A Recipe for Disaster. Alistair Finch, in the hush, Interminable hours before the sky began its grudging shift from inky black to bruised violet, found himself engaged in what he considered a moderately ambitious project for his current level of spiritual malaise. The creation of a non-abrasive, self-cleaning paste for the persistent verdigris that plagued his collection of neglected copper alembics. His previous attempts had either scoured the metal clean of its very existence, or left a residue so stubbornly adhesive that the verdigris itself seemed a preferable alternative. Tonight, fueled by nothing but the gnawing certainty that sleep would remain a distant, taunting whisper, he decided on a new approach. He had unearthed a forgotten jar, labeled simply Desert Bloom, acquired years ago from a wandering peddler who had assured him it contained the pulverized remains of a flower that only blossomed under the most extraordinary celestial alignments, promising it had untold, if unspecified, alchemical potential. Alistair, then less cynical, had bought it for a handful of coppers. Now it was just another dust-gathering curiosity, its supposed cosmic origins as useful as a lead balloon. He carefully measured a spoonful of the fine, sandy dust into a small, unblemished porcelain mortar. It possessed a faint, earthy aroma not unpleasant, but utterly unremarkable. To this, he intended to add a few drops of his universal solvent, Mark II, a yellowish, viscous liquid he had developed through countless sleepless nights of trial and error, which, despite its grandiose name, was primarily effective at dissolving certain types of grease, and occasionally his own fleeting hopes. As he reached for the solvent, his perpetually tired eyes, exacerbated by the flickering lamp, mistook a nearby identical-looking vial. This second vial contained what he referred to as essence of twilight vine, a liquid extracted from a creeping plant that grew in the marshlands bordering the town. Initially intended for a rather pointless experiment aimed at creating a dye that would fade only under moonlight. He had long since abandoned the dye project, but the essence, a clear, odorless fluid, had remained on his workbench, a silent testament to another forgotten endeavor. Without pausing, his mind already drifting to the optimal drying temperature for his theoretical polish, Alistair poured a generous quantity of the twilight vine essence into the desert bloom dust. There was no hiss, no dramatic puff of colored smoke, no sudden violent effervescence. The only immediate change was a slight, almost imperceptible shift in the dust's texture, from granular to a very fine, almost silken consistency. He stirred it with a delicate glass rod, expecting it to form a paste, but it didn't. Instead, as he continued to stir, the mixture seemed to grow lighter, almost airy. A peculiar, almost iridescent shimmer began to develop within the powder, catching the lamplight in fleeting, crystalline glints. It was not the dull, matte appearance of his usual failures, nor the vibrant, alarming hues of his more dangerous mistakes. This was something altogether different, a fine, shimmering powder, the color of moonlight on a cloudy night, dully gleaming as if containing trapped starlight. Alistair paused, his stirring hand momentarily still, his brow furrowed not in excitement, but in a familiar blend of confusion and mild annoyance. This was not a paste. It was decidedly a powder, and a remarkably fine one at that. He poked it gently with the rod. It felt soft, almost weightless, like powdered snowflakes. There was no discernible odor, no heat, no cold. Just this quiet, shimmering anomaly. Well, he murmured to the silent, dust-laden workshop, that's hardly going to remove verdigris, is it? His voice was a low, gravelly whisper, worn thin from disuse and fatigue. He leaned closer, peering at the tiny, sparkling particles clinging to the glass rod. One of the particles detached and drifted slowly downwards, catching the weak lamplight like a miniature, falling star. He watched it settle silently onto a half-eaten piece of stale bread on his workbench. then continued to observe the main bulk of the powder in the mortar, his mind already cataloging it as Experiment 37, unexpectedly fine, ineffectual powder. He scribbled a brief, unenthusiastic note in his journal. Attempted polish. Result, a very fine, useless powder. Exhibits mild iridescence. Further investigation unlikely to yield useful results. 245. He considered discarding it immediately, tossing it into the waste bucket where so many of his fruitless endeavors ended their brief, inglorious existences. But something, perhaps the sheer novelty of its form, or the subtle way it caught the light, stayed his hand. It was simply different, either. Not better, not worse, just unexpected. In a life defined by predictable failures, even an unexpected failure held a certain fleeting fascination. He carefully transferred a small pinch of the powder onto a fresh, clean piece of parchment, observing its ethereal lightness. A tiny cloud of it lifted into the air as he did so, almost too fine to be seen, catching the faintest drafts. He watched it dissipate, a fleeting moment of shimmering non-existence. His eyes, heavy-lidded and burning from lack of sleep, began to feel an unaccustomed relaxation. He rubbed them with the back of his hand, a hand that, unbeknownst to him, still held a few microscopic particles of the shimmering powder from the parchment. He stretched, a slow, aching movement that did little to alleviate the deep-seated weariness in his bones. The usual gnawing restlessness was still there, but something felt different. A faint, unfamiliar calm began to seep into the frantic edges of his mind. His thoughts, usually a chaotic, buzzing swarm, seemed to quiet, becoming less insistent, less urgent. He yawned, a wide, luxurious stretch of his jaw that felt genuinely satisfying for the first time in weeks. The world outside, usually an oppressive presence in his sleepless nights, seemed to soften at the edges, its silence less menacing. He attributed it to the sheer exhaustion of having spent yet another night, accomplishing absolutely nothing of consequence. He often felt a brief flicker of profound tiredness around this hour, just before the first birds began their hesitant chirping. A tiredness that always faded as soon as the sun peeked over the horizon. But this was different. This was a deep, pervasive languor, pulling at the very fibers of his being. He found himself sitting down on his stool, a rare occurrence when he was in the throes of an experiment, no matter how pointless. His head felt delightfully heavy, a sensation almost entirely new to him. The dull ache behind his eyes lessened, replaced by a gentle, insistent pressure to close them. He fought it for a moment, out of habit, out of the sheer, stubborn refusal to acknowledge defeat in the face of his insomnia. There were still calculations to not make, ingredients to not measure, failures to not document. But the pull was immense, unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was not the anxious fatigue that kept him awake, but a profound, almost blissful urge to simply cast a pine. His gaze drifted to the shimmering powder on the parchment, still quietly reflecting the lamplight. He found it surprisingly difficult to focus on its individual particles. The edges of his vision blurred, and the lines of his workbench seemed to soften, waver, and then grow dark. Alistair Finch, the perpetual insomniac, the alchemist of the useless, felt his head loll gently to one side. The analytical part of his brain, the part that ceaselessly catalogued mundane observations, noted the surprising comfort of his chin resting against his chest. The faint, persistent sizzle of the oil lamp seemed to recede, as if moving to a distant chamber. The oppressive silence of the night ceased to be oppressive, instead transforming into a soft, velvety blanket cue. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, the incessant hum of his own thoughts dimmed, then faded, replaced by an astonishing, profound quiet. His eyelids, heavy as lead, finally succumbed to the irresistible urge. They closed, And then, Alistair Finch did something he hadn't truly done in years. He slept. He didn't merely drift or doze. He plummeted into a deep, dreamless void, a true, refreshing oblivion that devoured the hours whole. The useless powder, still shimmering on the parchment, sat innocently on his workbench, its true, remarkable property finally, accidentally revealed. When he awoke, hours later, it was not with the familiar jolt of anxiety or the weary awareness of another night wasted. He simply awoke. The sun, a bright, unforgiving disk, was already high in the sky, streaming through the grimy window of his workshop. Dust motes danced in golden shafts of light, no less annoying for their newfound illumination. But Alistair felt different. The leaden ache behind his eyes was gone. The persistent buzz in his head had ceased. His limbs felt light, rested, almost buoyant. He stretched again, and this time, it was a stretch of profound satisfaction, a loosening of muscles that had been perpetually tense for longer than he could remember. He rubbed his eyes, and they felt clear, unburdened. He even felt a faint rumbling in his stomach, a forgotten sensation that hinted at a healthy appetite. He had slept. Truly, profoundly slept. He looked around his workshop, and everything seemed clearer, sharper. The familiar clutter, usually a source of mild despair, now simply existed. His gaze fell upon the porcelain mortar, and then to the small heap of shimmering, moon-colored powder on the parchment beside it. He picked up the parchment, holding the delicate powder closer to the light. It still glittered faintly, a subtle, almost ethereal beauty. He felt no drowsiness now, only the crisp, astonishing clarity of a mind that had been allowed to rest. A faint, almost imperceptible connection began to form in his mind. The powder, the sudden, overwhelming sleep. Could it be? He dismissed the thought instantly. It was far too simple, too direct, too useful for something he had concocted by accident during a particularly uninspired evening. No, it must have been the sheer, accumulated exhaustion finally breaking through. It was a statistical anomaly, nothing more. A fluke. And yet, he held the parchment in his hand, a strange, unprecedented sense of quiet wonder beginning to stir within him, a flicker of something beyond mere boredom. The possibility, however remote, that he had stumbled upon something profoundly, unexpectedly effective, settled upon him with the lightness of the powder itself. Chapter 3. The First Unintended Victim. Alistair Finch awoke the next morning, or rather, the same morning, for dawn had arrived mere moments after his profound descent into slumber, feeling suspiciously refreshed. The sun, a brazen intruder, cast uncharitable shafts of light across his workshop, illuminating every dust, bunny, and forgotten stain with cruel clarity. Yet, for the first time in an age, the sight did not fill him with the usual weary resignation. His mind, instead of its habitual buzzing chaos, felt remarkably clear, a quiet pool instead of a churning tempest. He stretched, a deep, satisfying elongation of every muscle, and the familiar aches that usually clung to him like persistent barnacles had vanished. This was not the brief, fleeting respite of a shallow doze. This was the genuine article. He had slept, truly, gloriously, utterly slept. The memory of the preceding night, the unexpected powder, the sudden, irresistible pull of oblivion, coalesced in his rested mind. He looked at the parchment on his workbench, where the shimmering, moon-colored dust still lay in a small heap, almost too ethereal to be real. A flicker of something akin to hope, a sensation so foreign it felt almost alarming, stirred within him. Could it be? Could this accidental misstep in the pursuit of a copper polish be efficacious? His cynical, perpetually exhausted brain immediately rejected the notion. It was a coincidence. A statistical anomaly. The sheer cumulative effect of years of sleeplessness, finally breaking through. No grand discovery ever occurred in such a quiet, undramatic fashion. Especially not for Alistair Finch, alchemist of the utterly inconsequential. Yet, the memory of that deep, untroubled darkness lingered, a tantalizing whisper of possibility. He needed proof, empirical evidence, however crude. His workshop, though primarily a graveyard for failed ambitions, was not entirely devoid of potential test subjects. Namely, there was Bartholomew. Bartholomew was not a pet, nor was he, strictly speaking, invited. He was a particularly robust and exceedingly noisy rat, a creature of relentless nocturnal industry that had taken up residence somewhere beneath the floorboards, only to emerge in the dead of night to gnaw at forgotten cheese rinds, scratch at the wainscoting, and occasionally, with truly astounding audacity, drag off one of Alistair's smaller, less significant files. Bartholomew's midnight antics were, to Alistair's sleep-deprived ears, a symphony of minor irritations, a relentless, tiny drumming against the fragile edifice of his sanity. He was in essence a living, breathing, scurrying embodiment of the very restlessness Alistair sought to escape. If this shimmering dust had any effect, Bartholomew would be the ideal, if unwitting, volunteer. Alistair spent the rest of the morning, an uncharacteristically industrious period for him, setting up a crude yet functional testing apparatus. He found a sturdy, unused wooden crate, normally reserved for storing particularly uninteresting minerals, and carefully cleaned it. He lined it with some old, surprisingly clean rags, remnants of an abandoned attempt at creating an absorbent, lint-free cloth. He then procured a small, rather withered piece of cheddar cheese, bite enough to tempt even the most discerning of rodents. With a pair of long, sturdy tongs, normally used for handling dangerously reactive chemicals, he cautiously lifted a small, almost imperceptible pinch of the shimmering powder from the parchment. It clung to the tongs like powdered moonlight, almost weightless. His plan was simple: place the cheese in the crate, wait for Bartholomew to investigate, and then, from a safe distance, gently release the powder near the unsuspecting rodent. He felt a faint tremor of apprehension, not for himself, but for Bartholomew. What if it was toxic? What if it caused spontaneous combustion, or worse, turned the rat into a miniature, glowering, perpetual motion machine? Such were the minor anxieties of a perpetually bored alchemist. As dusk began to settle, painting the grimy workshop windows in muted hues of orange and gray, Alistair placed the cheese, dusted ever so lightly with the shimmering powder, inside the prepared crate. He then retreated to a safe distance, perching on his worn stool, his heart thrumming with a bizarre mix of scientific curiosity and morbid fascination. The workshop fell silent, save for the familiar, comforting sizzle of his oil lamp. He waited. The minutes stretched, slow and deliberate, each tick of the grandfather clock in the hall, outside sounding like a pronouncement of doom. Just as he began to doubt Bartholomew's very existence, a faint scratching sound emanated from beneath the floorboards. Then, a whiskered nose, followed by beady, intelligent eyes, peered cautiously from a gap in the skirting. Bartholomew got caught. The rat, bold and insatiably curious, sniffed the air, its tiny nose twitching. The scent of cheese was irresistible. With a swift, confident dart, Bartholomew scurried into the crate, his whiskers brushing against the powder-dusted cheese. He paused, sniffing the cheese, and then, with an almost comical eagerness, took a large bite. Alistair held his breath, his eyes fixed on the small, unsuspecting creature. For a moment, nothing happened. Bartholomew continued to chew, his tiny paws holding the cheese with practiced dexterity, his tail a thin, whip-like appendage that twitched with quiet satisfaction. Alistair felt a familiar sigh of resignation begin to form in his chest. A fluke, just as he thought. Then it happened, not with a bang nor a whimper, but with an almost absurdly rapid deceleration. Bartholomew, mid-chew, seemed to freeze. His small head, which had been bobbing with enthusiasm, suddenly drooped. His eyes, seconds ago bright with rodent ambition, glazed over, then closed, slowly, deliberately. The piece of cheese, still clutched in his paws, slipped from his grasp and landed with a soft, almost inaudible thud on the rags below. Bartholomew's entire body seemed to deflate, a tiny, furry sack of sudden stillness. He didn't twitch, didn't shiver, didn't even emit a faint sigh. He simply collapsed, utterly and completely, into an unnaturally deep slumber. His little legs splayed out at awkward angles, his whiskers lay limp against his snout, and his once busy tail rested motionless. It was as if a tiny, unseen puppeteer had suddenly cut all his strings. Alistair stared. His jaw, which he hadn't realized was slightly agape, slowly closed. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the incessant sizzle of the lamp. Bartholomew, the tireless, relentlessly noisy, was utterly, spectacularly asleep. There was no shallow breathing, no restless flick of an ear. It was a sleep so deep, so absolute, it bordered on a state of suspended animation. Alistair cautiously approached the crate, peering down at the inert form of the rat. He poked it gently with the long end of a glass stirring rod. Bartholomew did not stir. He poked again, slightly firmer this time. Still nothing. The rat was profoundly, unshakably asleep. It was unsettling, almost disturbing in its completeness. This was not the fitful doze of a tired creature. This was an immersion into utter, unbreachable oblivion. Alistair withdrew, his mind reeling. The coincidence he now realized was no coincidence at all. This shimmering powder, this accidental byproduct of a failed cleaning paste, possessed a power utterly unforeseen, utterly unprecedented in his decades of useless alchemical pursuits. It was a soporific of truly astonishing potency. His initial reaction was not one of triumph, but of a profound, almost comical bewilderment. He, Alistair Finch, the alchemist who could barely produce a stable ink, had stumbled upon a genuine, potent, crucifer compound. The irony was so thick it could be cut with a dull butter knife. He recorded his observations in his journal, his hand surprisingly steady despite the tremor of disbelief that ran through him. Experiment 37, revisited. Accidental synthesis. Test subject. Ratus noctuus vexatius Bartholomew Bordi. Administered minute quantity of shimmering powder. Immediate and complete cessation of motor function and consciousness. Subject entered profound, apparently dreamless slumber. Duration unknown. Further observation required. Hypothesis potent, soporific. Unintended but remarkably effective. Time 1937. He spent the next several hours observing Bartholomew. The rat remained utterly still, a furry, lifeless lump in the crate. Alistair checked for breathing, for heartbeat, for any sign of life beyond the sheer, unmoving presence. Everything seemed normal, albeit exceptionally slow. It was sleep, yes, but sleep elevated to an art form, a state of perfect, unassailable rest. He found himself pacing the workshop, a rare occurrence. His mind, usually so weary, now raced, but with a new kind of energy, a bewildered exhilaration. What did this mean? For him, the perpetually insomniac, it meant a potential end to the endless nights of dull torment. For others, it could be a blessing, a cure for the world's sleepless. Or, he thought, with a flicker of his characteristic cynicism, a means to some entirely new form of tedious misery. Hours later, long after the moon had climbed to its zenith and begun its slow descent, Bartholomew finally stirred. It was a gradual awakening, a slow, hesitant stretch, followed by a series of tiny, almost imperceptible twitches. His eyes fluttered open, blinking slowly, as if refamiliarizing themselves with the concept of light. He yawned, a wide, rodent yawn, and then, with surprising alacrity, scrambled to his feet. He looked around the crate, sniffed the air, and then, with absolute unconcern for his profound recent unconsciousness, resumed his search for the missing cheese. He seemed entirely unharmed, if perhaps a touch more serene than usual for a rat of his general disposition. There was no grogginess, no disorientation, just a rat, remarkably well rested, and looking for more cheese. Alistair watched, utterly fascinated. The powder's effect was not merely potent, but clean, leaving no apparent ill effects. The implications, slowly, inexorably, began to settle upon Alistair Finch. He, the master of the useless, had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary, a solution to his own most persistent affliction, lying innocently on his workbench, born of an absent-minded error. The irony was palpable, almost painfully so. He, who had sought solace in the mild smoothing of parchment and the incremental quieting of floorboards, now held the key to profound rest, a fine shimmering powder, the color of moonlight, the texture of powdered dreams, a true recipe for disaster in the hands of an alchemist who had nothing but time and an increasingly adventurous imagination. The long, lonely nights of restless thought were perhaps finally at an end. But what would fill the void of his newfound sleep? And what would he do with a power he had not sought, a power that could, perhaps, be too potent for its own good or for his? The quiet hum of the workshop, once a testament to his sleeplessness, now seemed to whisper of unforeseen possibilities, and perhaps even greater boredom once his problem was solved. The rat, fully awake, and now meticulously grooming its whiskers, remained blissfully unaware of its role in this peculiar accidental discovery. Chapter 4. From Rats to Royalty. Alistair Finch, the reluctant discoverer of the truly astonishingly effective soporific powder, spent the immediate hours following Bartholomew's miraculous slumber in a state of profound, unprecedented contemplation. His usual nocturnal routine of tinkering with useless potions had been replaced by a quiet, almost reverent observation of the small shimmering heap on his parchment. The rat's unceremonious collapse and equally unceremonious reawakening had been too clear, too definitive, to dismiss as mere coincidence. He, Alistair Finch, who specialized in the profoundly inconsequential, had inadvertently stumbled upon something of immense world-altering potential. The thought, initially exhilarating, quickly settled into a familiar sense of quiet bewilderment. What was one to do with such a thing? For decades, his greatest ambition had been to achieve a stable, non-staining ink. Now, he held the key to universal slumber. The irony was not lost on him. It merely added another layer to the thick, comforting blanket of absurdity that was his life. His first, most crucial test, of course, was on himself. The very next evening, after carefully grinding a tiny, almost invisible pinch of the moonlight-colored powder into a glass of warm, unflavored water, he approached the concoction with a mixture of trepidation and desperate hope. His hand, usually steady from years of precise measurements, trembled slightly as he raised the glass to his lips. It tasted of nothing, merely warm water. He swallowed, waited. His internal clock, accustomed to the relentless ticking of sleepless hours, braced itself for another futile night. But within minutes, a profound wave of calm washed over him, far deeper than the gentle lassitude he had experienced the previous night. His thoughts, instead of their usual frantic scramble, began to unravel, untangling themselves into a smooth, even thread. The familiar, persistent hum behind his eyes ceased. His limbs felt heavy, weighted down by a delicious lethargy. He felt the pull, an irresistible, gentle tube towards oblivion, and this time he did not fight it. He simply let go. He laid himself upon his worn cot, a piece of furniture that had seen more restless tossing and turning than actual repose. And within moments, Alistair Finch, the chronic insomniac, sank into a sleep so deep, so absolute. It was as if he had been erased from existence for the duration. It was not merely sleep, it was a profound, dreamless void, a blissful erasure of self that left him utterly refreshed. He awoke hours later, roused by the insistent chirping chorus of the morning birds, a sound that usually filled him with a bitter resentment. But today the chirps were merely sounds, crisp and clear. He felt light, buoyant, as if he had shed a decades-long burden. The world, through his rested eyes, seemed sharper, its colors more vibrant. The dust motes in the lamplight, usually an irritation, now appeared almost beautiful in their chaotic dance. He had slept. Truly, comprehensively, gloriously slept. And the powder, he knew, was the cause. His initial reaction, once the profound relief subsided, was a familiar weariness, a form of intellectual exhaustion. What a bother. Now, he had this thing. What was he to do with it? He wasn't a purveyor of fantastical cures. He was an alchemist of the mundane, a specialist in the slightly less bad. But, as it often does, began to spread in the most unassuming of ways. Alistair, never one for grand pronouncements, certainly didn't advertise his miraculous discovery. His first unofficial client was, predictably, Mrs. Gable, his next-door neighbor, a woman of indefatigable complaints, particularly regarding her own chronic, self-inflicted insomnia. Mrs. Gable, a woman whose internal monologue seemed to be perpetually set to the frequency of a distressed cicada, had an uncanny ability to share the most intimate details of her various ailments with anyone who paused within earshot. Her nocturnal tribulations, she would declare, were primarily caused by the incessant creaking of her stairs, the phantom wails of her ancestral cats, and the very distant, yet impossibly loud, snoring of her perpetually oblivious husband, Mr. Gable, who she assured Alistair could fell an oak with his nasal exhalations. Alistair, taking nothing more than a moment's peace from her incessant woes, and perhaps a casual, unscientific further test, offered her a minuscule amount of the powder, discreetly mixed into a cup of chamomile tea. He simply called it a calming botanical blend, for nervous dispositions, hoping she would not question its remarkable efficacy. The next morning, Mrs. Gable, usually a vision of disheveled despair, appeared at his door, her eyes remarkably bright, her usually sallow complexion possessing a faint, healthy blush. She spoke in hushed, reverent tones, an astonishing departure from her usual shrill pronouncements. "Alistair, my dear boy," she whispered, as if revealing a sacred secret. "That tea, that ice-calming botanical blending of yours, it was divine. I slept. I truly, profoundly slept. Not a single creak from the stairs disturbed me, not a single phantom meow. Even Horace's snoring, it was as if a gentle lullaby." She pressed a small, slightly dented silver coin into his hand, a sum far more generous than he typically received for his slightly less crinkled parchment tinctures. "You must give me more. And tell me, how do you make it? Or perhaps you could just make more for me, and perhaps for my sister Matilda, who also suffers so dreadfully." And so, The quiet contagion began. Mrs. Gable, a veritable town crier of personal woes, could not contain her miraculous tale. She told her sister, Matilda, who in turn told her laundress, who told the baker's wife, who told the innkeeper. The powder, known simply as Finch's quiet dust, or the midnight motes, became the hushed secret shared among those tormented by wakefulness. It was passed on in small, unmarked pouches, given with knowing nods and whispered instructions. People reported sleep unlike any they had ever known, a deep, restorative oblivion that cured all manner of minor ailments and left them feeling unnervingly refreshed. The demand, initially a trickle, became a steady stream. Alistair, much to his bewildered chagrin, found himself spending less time on his experiments for marginally less annoying dust motes, and more time grinding and packaging his accidental discovery. He didn't seek fame or fortune. He sought only the quiet solace of his workshop, which was now being increasingly interrupted by discreet knocks on his door from a surprising variety of individuals, from weary merchants to fretful seamstresses. The whispers, carried on the restless winds of gossip and desperation, eventually reached the gilded halls of nobility. Specifically, they reached Lord Bartholomew Catherall, Baron of Blackwood, a man whose wealth was only rivaled by his profound, self-inflicted insomnia. Lord Catherall was not afflicted by humble ailments like creaky stairs or snoring spouses. His sleeplessness stemmed from grander, more vexing concerns: the precise curvature of his topiary gardens, the potentially disastrous implications of a new tax on exotic bird feathers, and, most pressingly, the agonizing choice between a cerulean silk or a sapphire velvet for his new study drapes. These were the anxieties that gnawed at his aristocratic mind, preventing any restful repose. He had tried everything: warm milk from specially bred cows, lullabies sung by professional sopranos, even having his valets read aloud, particularly dull treatises on medieval taxation laws. Nothing worked. His eyes were perpetually bloodshot, his temper notoriously short, and his once immaculate wardrobe was often askew from restless nights spent pacing his chambers. One crisp afternoon, a formidable black-lacquered carriage, drawn by two imposing, perfectly matched stallions, rattled down Alistair's quiet, cobbled lane. The very sight of it caused a minor stir among the chickens pecking in the street. From its plush interior emerged a man of immense stature and even greater pomposity, a liveried footman whose uniform was so stiff with gold braid it appeared to defy gravity. He carried a rolled parchment, tied with a silken ribbon and sealed with a heavy, intimidating wax crest. The footman, after a brief moment of visible disdain for Alistair's humble, slightly leaning workshop, rapped a gloved fist against the sagging door. It was not a polite knock. It was a summons. Alistair, who was at that precise moment contemplating the optimal humidity for storing ground dandelion root, opened the door, blinking in the sudden glare of the afternoon sun. The footman's gaze swept over him, taking in his stained apron and general air of mild disarray, before settling on a point just beyond Alistair's left ear. "Are you Alistair Finch, the alchemist?" The footman intoned, his voice dripping with an almost theatrical condescension. "I am Alistair Finch," Alistair replied, his voice a little raspy from disuse. "And I am indeed an alchemist, though I prefer to think of myself as a dabbler in obscure, largely ineffective chemical curiosities." The footman ignored the latter half of his sentence. "You are summoned," he declared, thrusting the parchment forward, "to the residence of Lord Bartholomew Catherall, Baron of Blackwood, regarding a matter of utmost urgency and, as his lordship assures me, substantial remuneration. His lordship suffers from a most intractable malady, one that your peculiar talents are rumored to alleviate." The footman then sniffed disdainfully. as if detecting the faint scent of something terribly common clinging to Alistair's person. Alistair took the parchment, its weight surprisingly heavy in his hand. He unrolled it slowly, reading the florid, convoluted prose that detailed Lord Catherall's profound sleeplessness and the urgent need for Alistair's expertise, along with the promise of a reward so generous it made Alistair's perpetually jaded eyes widen fractionally. He looked at the imposing carriage, then back at the footman's impassive, disdainful face. A noble. Not just any noble, but a baron. This was a significant leap from restless rats and complaining neighbors. The absurdity of it all struck him with full force. His accidental creation, born of boredom and a misplaced vial, was now attracting the attention of the very highest echelons of society. He, Alistair Finch, who had once dreamt of perfecting a stain remover for particularly stubborn ink blots, was now to become the purveyor of dreams to the aristocracy. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips, a rare phenomenon. It was not a smile of triumph, but of profound, ironic amusement. The boredom, it seemed, was only just beginning its most peculiar transformation. He still had a batch of his concoction of comprehensively less annoying dust motes simmering on a low flame. Perhaps he could offer it as a supplemental treatment for Lord Catherall's potentially dusty chandeliers. The thought brought another, slightly less imperceptible, smile to his face. He would bring a generous amount of the shimmering powder, just in case Lord Catherall required a truly significant amount of uninterrupted repose. After all, one could never be too prepared when dealing with the whims of a sleep-deprived noble. Chapter 5. A Dangerous Dose of Success. Alistair Finch's journey to the estate of Lord Bartholomew Catherall, Baron of Blackwood, was an experience both novel and vaguely irritating. The black lacquered carriage, while undoubtedly luxurious with its plush velvet seats and surprisingly resilient springs, was nevertheless a conveyance of immense pomposity, rattling down the cobbled streets and drawing the unabashed stares of every street urchin and stall vendor. Alistair, accustomed to the quiet anonymity of his workshop and the occasional curious sniff from Bartholomew the rat, found the public spectacle of his arrival utterly tiresome. The liveried footman, whose earlier disdainful sniff had proven to be a mere appetizer, now treated Alistair with an exaggerated politeness that felt far more cutting than outright rudeness. Every offered hand, every opened door, seemed to imply a profound personal sacrifice on the footman's part. Alistair, clutching a small, discreetly wrapped package of the shimmering powder, merely wished to get this peculiar business over with and return to the comforting mediocrity of his own alchemical failures. Lord Catherall's estate was, as one might expect, an exercise in opulent excess. Topiary gardens, precisely clipped into alarming geometric shapes, sprawled across acres, their immaculate symmetry a testament to someone's relentless, sleepless anxiety. The manor itself was a sprawling edifice of polished marble and dark, gleaming wood, every surface reflecting the grand chandeliers that hung like crystal rain from impossibly high ceilings. Alistair, whose personal experience with grand aesthetics extended to identifying the optimal shade of gray for a dust bunny, felt mildly disoriented. He was ushered through a series of increasingly elaborate antechambers, each filled with more gilt and tapestry than the last, until he finally stood before Lord Catherall himself. The Baron was not what Alistair had expected. Instead of the portly, red-faced image his mind had conjured, Lord Catherall was a gaunt, perpetually twitching man, his face a roadmap of sleepless nights etched with deep, purplish shadows beneath his eyes. His fine silk dressing gown hung limply on his frame, and his once imposing hair stood in wild disarray, as if he had spent the better part of the night in a vigorous wrestling match with a particularly obstinate pillow. He paced the opulent chamber, muttering disjointed phrases about the strategic placement of ornamental fountains and the alarming proliferation of moss on his north-facing gargoyles. "You are Finch?" Lord Catherall rasped, his voice thin and frayed, as if it too had been deprived of sleep. He didn't wait for an answer, merely fixed Alistair with an intense, almost desperate stare. "They say you have a cure. A powder. My dear fellow, I would give a small principality for a single night of true oblivion. The kind where one doesn't merely drift, but ceases to exist entirely, only to rematerialize refreshed. Is it true?" Alistair, unaccustomed to such directness from a noble, cleared his throat. "My lord," he began, adopting a formal tone he rarely used, "I have, through a series of fortuitous accidents, stumbled upon a fine powder. It has, in limited trials, proven to induce a most profound state of repose." He deliberately avoided words like sleep or slumber, preferring the more scientific, less committal repose. Lord Catherall ceased his pacing. His eyes, though bloodshot, glimmered with a faint, fragile hope. "Limited trials. What does that mean? Has it felled a particularly rambunctious stable boy? Or perhaps a perpetually yapping lapdog?" Alistair decided a partial truth was better than a complete one. "A particularly noisy rat, my lord. And myself, with rather astonishing efficacy." Lord Catherall blinked. "A rat, and yourself. Modest beginnings. But if it works for you, a fellow sufferer of this waking nightmare, then perhaps it holds promise. How is it administered? A poultice? An enema?" He eyed Alistair with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "Neither, my lord," Alistair said, trying to suppress a flicker of amusement at the thought of a rat-sized enema. "A minuscule quantity, merely a pinch, dissolved in water, or if one prefers, scattered onto a morsel of cheese." He presented the small, elegantly carved wooden box he had brought, containing a carefully measured amount of the shimmering powder. It looked in the grand chamber, almost insignificant, yet its potential was immense. Lord Catherall snatched the box, his fingers trembling with anticipation. He poured a small amount of the powder into a goblet of water, dismissing his concerned valet with a dismissive wave. He hesitated for a moment, then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 sleepless nights, drained the goblet. Alistair watched, utterly fascinated, as the powder, now diluted, began its silent work. Within moments the tension in Lord Catherall's shoulders seemed to visibly melt. His frantic pacing slowed, then ceased entirely. His eyes, fixed on some distant, unseen point, began to droop. A profound, almost spiritual calm descended upon his agitated frame. He swayed, surprisingly gracefully for a man of his general stiff disposition, and then, without so much as a grunt, sank onto a plush, oversized armchair, his head lolling to one side, his breath deepening into the slow, steady rhythm of truly profound sleep. The Baron of Blackwood, the perpetually restless, was utterly, spectacularly unconscious. Alistair observed the scene for a full 5 minutes, noting the precise depth of his lordship's slumber, the complete absence of any twitch or tremor, the serene, almost beatific expression that had replaced the habitual fretfulness. This was more than sleep. It was a temporary cessation of existence, a gentle, unburdened escape. He quietly instructed the valet, who hovered with a mixture of awe and alarm, to ensure his lordship remained undisturbed. As Alistair prepared to depart, the valet, on the Baron's explicit, if drowsy, instructions, presented him with a heavy velvet pouch. Alistair, opening it discreetly once outside, discovered it was filled with gold coins, a sum so vast it made his eyes water slightly. It was enough to buy a dozen new alembics. perhaps even a new roof for his workshop, and certainly enough to never have to brew another drop of his tincture of slightly less crinkled parchment again. The next morning, Lord Catherall awoke feeling, in his own effusive words, born anew. His complexion was clearer, his eyes bright, and his step, though still noble, possessed an unfamiliar lightness. He immediately sent for Alistair, not with a condescending summons, but with an invitation so polite it bordered on deference. He offered Alistair a permanent position as his personal alchemist, a comfortable stipend, and access to a newly fitted laboratory within the estate itself. Alistair, despite his ingrained aversion to anything resembling genuine responsibility, found himself unable to refuse. The sheer practicality of endless gold and a perpetually stocked workshop outweighed his preference for isolated, unfruitful tinkering. His brief foray into the aristocracy had paid off, quite literally. Word of Lord Catherall's miraculous recovery spread like wildfire through the kingdom's upper echelons. A nobleman restored to vitality overnight. It was unheard of. Soon, Alistair was no longer merely the personal alchemist to the Baron of Blackwood. He was the Alchemist, the whispered answer to every sleepless night, every anxious noble, every monarch plagued by the burdens of the crown. Carriages, grander and even more preposterous than Lord Catherall's, began to regularly rattle down Alistair's formerly quiet lane, delivering notes of increasingly desperate urgency. He was summoned to the court of the Duke of Stonemore, a man whose insomnia was attributed to the incessant squeaking of his ancestral suits of armor. He ministered to the ailing Countess of Willowbend, whose perpetual wakefulness stemmed from a morbid fear of nocturnal moths. And then, inevitably, came the summons from the highest authority, the king himself, King Theron, a monarch burdened by the weight of a kingdom and an unfortunate propensity for overthinking the proper etiquette for a royal picnic. Had not slept soundly in a decade. He was a gaunt, perpetually scowling figure, his crown often askew, his royal robes rumpled. Alistair, now accustomed to the pomp and circumstance, presented his shimmering powder with a practiced nonchalance, explaining its properties in a calm, soothing tone that he had inadvertently cultivated through his increasing number of anxious clients. The king, after a lengthy, skeptical interrogation of the powder's origins, Alistair wisely omitted the rat and the accidental cleaning paste, took a dose, and like all before him, fell into a profound, rejuvenating sleep, right there on his throne, to the astonishment of his assembled court. From that day forward, Alistair Finch became, unequivocally, the most sought-after figure in the entire kingdom. He was granted a knighthood, though he rarely used the title, finding Sir Alistair far too grand for a man whose true calling was the meticulous observation of dust motes. His workshop, once a refuge from boredom, became a bustling, if still somewhat chaotic, hub of production. He hired assistants, two perpetually bewildered young men named Pip and Giles, whose primary task was to grind the desert bloom and distill the twilight vine essence under Alistair's increasingly less attentive supervision. He acquired finer glassware, more potent furnaces, and an endless supply of reagents, all provided by the crown. His once-stained apron was replaced by custom-tailored robes of fine wool, though he still managed to smudge them with inexplicable residues. His hair, now thicker and well-groomed, was still prone to stray wisps, a last bastion of his former disarray. He even acquired a remarkably comfortable, if slightly ostentatious, pair of leather slippers. The constant praise, the endless flow of gold, the adulation from the highest echelons of society, began to have an insidious effect on Alistair Finch. The quiet, self-effacing alchemist of useless potions began to recede, replaced by a figure of growing confidence, perhaps even a touch of arrogance. He, Alistair, The man who had failed at almost everything had succeeded spectacularly and by accident at the one thing everyone desired. He began to see himself less as a dabbler in obscure curiosities and more as a singular genius, a purveyor of ultimate rest. His initial bewilderment at his success morphed into a comfortable acceptance, and then, slowly, into a quiet pride. He dispensed the powder with a flourish, his pronouncements on its efficacy becoming increasingly grand. "A single pinch, my lord, and your anxieties shall be but a distant memory, replaced by the profound quiet of true oblivion." He spoke of his accidental discovery as if it had been a lifelong pursuit, a meticulously planned masterpiece of alchemical ingenuity. His journal, once filled with painstaking notes on incremental failures, now contained only brief, triumphant summaries of royal endorsements and aristocratic gratitude. This growing ego, however, began to blind him. The powder, while undeniably potent, was not without its subtle nuances, its minor, almost imperceptible side effects. Mrs. Gable, his initial commoner client, had, after a few weeks, begun to complain not of insomnia, but of an unsettlingly vivid and persistent dream about a flock of particularly judgmental sheep. The Duke of Stonemore's majordomo discreetly mentioned that His Grace, while sleeping soundly, had developed an unfortunate habit of speaking in rhyming couplets for precisely 20 minutes after waking. The Countess of Willowbend's maid hinted that her ladyship, though well rested, now insisted that all her meals be served on plates decorated exclusively with images of perfectly round, white spheres. These were not serious ailments, merely peculiar quirks, easily dismissed. Alistair, now basking in the glow of his newfound celebrity, waved them away. "A mere trifle, my dear," he would say with a dismissive hand gesture. The mind, unburdened by wakefulness, seeks new, creative avenues of expression. Quite harmless, a small price to pay for true repose. Would you agree? He attributed the Duke's rhyming to an artistic awakening, and the Countess' spherical fixation to a newfound appreciation for geometric perfection. As for Mrs. Gable's sheep, well, who knew what went on in the mind of a woman who complained about creaking stairs? The most concerning, though still subtle, observation came from one of his own assistants, Pip. Pip, a nervous and perpetually anxious young man, had been given a small amount of the powder to help with his own minor insomnia, which Alistair deemed an unacceptable impediment to efficient powder production. Pip, after a month of uninterrupted sleep, started to exhibit a peculiar detachment from his surroundings. He would often stare blankly into space for long moments, his expression serene, before returning to his task as if nothing had happened. His movements, once quick and precise, became languid, almost dreamlike. "Pip, are you quite well?" Alistair had asked one afternoon, observing the young man stirring a batch of the shimmering dust with an almost mesmerized slowness. Pip had merely blinked, a slow, deliberate movement, and then, in a voice utterly devoid of his usual nervous energy, replied, "Perfectly, Sir Alistair. The world simply drifts. It is quite peaceful." Alistair, caught up in a particularly pressing royal commission for a double-strength dose for a notoriously restless foreign ambassador, had merely grunted, "Good, good. Efficiency, Pip. Efficiency, good dear. Don't want any delays for His Majesty's guests." The warnings were there, small, quiet murmurs against the crescendo of his success. The subtle changes in behavior, the slight oddities, the faint, almost imperceptible shift in the personalities of his long-term clients. But Alistair Finch, the once bored alchemist who had finally found purpose, was too enamored with the profound impact of his accidental discovery, Too accustomed to the ceaseless flattery to truly see them, he saw only the profound relief on the faces of his clients, the gold in his coffers, and the blissful, dreamless sleep that was now his daily reward. The true, nuanced effects of his shimmering powder, the subtle erosion of something intangible, remained unseen, overshadowed by the brilliance of his triumph. His ego, now swelling like a particularly well-proofed loaf of bread, had become a comfortable, self-imposed blindness, obscuring the faint, shimmering edges of a far more complex reality. He was a master of sleep, but completely oblivious to the waking strangeness he was inadvertently creating. Chapter 6. The Court's New Sleeping Epidemic. Alistair Finch, now Sir Alistair, though he still privately preferred the less pretentious designation of the alchemist who once struggled with a slightly squeaky floorboard, found himself adrift on a sea of success, buoyed by the endless gratitude of a once sleepless kingdom. His workshop, once a haven of solitary, futile endeavor, was now a meticulously organized production line, humming with the quiet industry of Pip and Giles, his two perpetually bewildered assistants. They ground the desert bloom, distilled the twilight vine essence, and meticulously packaged the shimmering powder into small, ornate phials, each adorned with a discreet label bearing the alchemist's elegantly rendered, if slightly smudged, initial F. The gold flowed in, an incessant, pleasant trickle that had long since transformed into a veritable torrent, allowing Alistair to indulge in absurd luxuries he had never before considered, such as slippers spun from the silk of moon moths, surprisingly comfortable, if a trifle prone to shedding, and a collection of truly magnificent, entirely unnecessary, polished brass telescopes. His ego, once a fragile, nascent bloom, had blossomed into a colossal, aromatic specimen, overshadowing any lingering doubts or inconvenient observations. He truly believed he had perfected sleep, bestowing upon the world a gift of profound, unadulterated oblivion. The powder, now colloquially known as Finch's Finest, or, more grandly in courtly circles, the Royal Repose, had ceased to be merely a cure for insomnia. It had swiftly become a fashionable accessory, a subtle status symbol, and, perhaps most perilously, a crutch. Nobles, already prone to excess in all matters, quickly discovered that a small dose could dull the edges of a particularly tedious court function, or provide an escape from the demands of a tiresome spouse. A slightly larger dose could, they found, alleviate the mildest of anxieties, the worry over a mismatched sock, the horror of a poorly executed bow, or the sheer, existential dread of another morning of paperwork. The profound, dreamless sleep it offered was seductive, a brief, total erasure of the burdens of their gilded lives. What began as a desperate plea for rest soon devolved into a casual indulgence. A duke might take a pinch before a particularly lengthy council meeting to ensure a fresh perspective. A duchess might sprinkle a bit into her evening tea to avoid the dreadful obligation of polite conversation at dinner. The notion of sleep itself became less about biological necessity and more about an exquisite, temporary vacation from reality. And it wasn't just the nobility. The whispers of Finch's Finest trickled down through the labyrinthine passages of the royal palace, reaching the ears of the perpetually overworked and under-rested servants, maids, who rose before the sun and worked until long after it set, found that a tiny portion of the powder, discreetly acquired or even stolen, could grant them a few hours of truly restorative sleep, something their exhausting schedules rarely afforded. Grooms in the stables, perpetually bone-weary from mucking stalls and polishing tack, began to find their midday naps unnaturally deep and far too short. Footmen, cooks, scullery maids, even the lolliest stable boys, Everyone yearned for the blissful oblivion that Finch's powder promised. The powder, once a luxury, became a quiet necessity, a lifeline in a world of relentless labor. The court, once a buzzing hive of activity and intrigue, began to acquire a peculiar subdued hum, punctuated by increasingly frequent and increasingly bizarre incidents of unexpected somnolence. The first truly public incident involved the esteemed Grand Vizier, Lord Montrose, a man renowned for his meticulously crafted pronouncements and his even more meticulously groomed beard. He was in the midst of delivering a particularly convoluted argument concerning the optimal placement of the royal laundry drying racks, a subject he considered of paramount importance to the kingdom's infrastructural integrity. He spoke with his usual impassioned eloquence, gesticulating wildly when mid-sentence, just as he was about to deliver his most compelling point about the aerodynamic properties of drying linens. His eyes rolled back in his head. His mouth, still open in a silent O of impending wisdom, remained fixed. His knees buckled, and he crumpled with surprising elegance into a deep, dreamless slumber right there on the polished marble floor of the king's council chamber. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the king's bewildered cough. Alistair, who was present to personally ensure the king's morning dose was administered, merely smiled. "Ah, a profound moment of contemplation, Your Majesty." His mind, unburdened by wakefulness, is simply processing the complexities of your decrees. A good sign, I assure you. Such incidents, initially isolated curiosities, began to multiply with alarming frequency. The royal court, once a stage for grand pronouncements and simmering intrigues, now resembled a performance art piece about the transient nature of consciousness. During a particularly lavish royal banquet, the Dowager Duchess of Ashworth, famous for her scathing wit and her even more scathing remarks on the quality of the royal pudding, was observed to suddenly list to one side, her fork, laden with a piece of precisely diced quince, housing mid-air. Her eyes closed, her mouth relaxed into a faint, serene smile, and she began to emit a delicate, almost musical snore, completely oblivious to the horrified whispers of her dining companions. Later that evening, a trio of musicians, hired to provide soothing background melodies during the king's after-dinner stroll, simultaneously collapsed into deep slumber, their instruments clattering melodically onto the marble floor. The king, for his part, found the impromptu silence rather calming. The servants were not immune. A footman, attempting to pour wine for a visiting dignitary, suddenly froze, the silver decanter tipping precariously as he entered a state of profound repose, his nose inches from the dignitary's astonished ear. The wine, a particularly fine vintage, formed a rather artistic puddle on the Persian rug. In the royal kitchens, a scullery maid, mid-group, was discovered slumped against a pile of unwashed platters, her head cushioned by a particularly stubborn gravy stain. Even the royal guards, whose perpetual vigilance was considered paramount to the king's safety, began to exhibit alarming lapses. One particularly large and imposing guard, renowned for his unblinking stare, was found leaning against a velvet curtain, utterly unconscious, his helmet askew, a faint, contented gurgle emanating from his armored chest. His partner, roused by the sudden clatter of a dropped halberd, merely yawned, a wide, cavernous expression, before leaning against the opposite wall and joining his comrade in slumber. Alistair, however, remained remarkably unperturbed by these occurrences. His ego, now fully inflated and remarkably robust, interpreted them not as side effects, but as evidence of the powder's overwhelming potency, a testament to his accidental genius. When Lord Catherall, the Baron of Blackwood, was discovered mid-argument with a particularly stubborn shrub in his topiary garden, his pruning shears clattering to the ground as he sank into a sudden, deep sleep. Alistair merely shrugged. "Ah, the burdens of leadership, my lord." The powder simply recognizes the profound need for a restorative pause, a moment of true peace. He began to attribute these incidents to the powder's ability to optimize rest, allowing the body to seize opportunities for repose whenever and wherever they presented themselves. It was, he argued, a sign of the powder's profound natural alignment with the body's innate wisdom. The occasional dribbling from the mouth or the odd, gurgling snore was simply the body's way of releasing accumulated tension. Nothing to be concerned about. Quite natural, really. The king himself, a man who had not known true, uninterrupted sleep for a decade, had become so enamored with the powder that he rarely went anywhere without a small, yellowed snuff-box containing a generous quantity. He took it religiously, a pinch before bed, a tiny dusting after lunch, sometimes even a microscopic speck during particularly dull court proceedings. The result was a monarch who was perpetually well-rested, but also prone to sudden, alarming descents into profound slumber. Once, during a vital diplomatic summit with the envoys of a neighboring kingdom, King Theron, mid-negotiation on a particularly contentious trade agreement involving dried fish and artisan cheeses, simply leaned back in his throne, his crown askew, and began to snore gently. The envoys, initially aghast, quickly realized this was merely a temporary royal inconvenience. The negotiations would simply pause until His Majesty awoke, usually an hour or two later, remarkably refreshed and entirely oblivious to the interruption, ready to continue debating the precise quantity of smoked salmon with renewed vigor. The royal scribes had even started carrying small plush pillows for such eventualities. The court, consequently, developed a peculiar rhythm. Conversations would begin, pause abruptly as one participant succumbed to a sudden repose, and then resume later, often with no acknowledgement of the interruption. Meals became a hazardous affair, with cutlery clattering and platters tipping as individuals gently toppled into slumber. Important decrees were left unfinished, royal correspondence remained unanswered, and the general pace of governance slowed to a glacial crawl, punctuated by the soft, collective exhalations of a profoundly well-rested, yet largely unconscious aristocracy. Alistair, basking in the glow of his unprecedented success, saw none of this as a problem. He simply saw a kingdom at peace, a realm where even the most stressed individual could find solace in the deep, dreamless void. His own sleep, a nightly plunge into absolute oblivion, was the greatest testament to his powder's efficacy. He was, in his own mind, a benefactor, a genius, a man who had brought true tranquility to a restless world. The subtle side effects, the minor quirks, the increasingly frequent, profound naps, were merely charming eccentricities, proof that a truly rested mind sought its own peculiar expressions. The strange, almost serene silence that often descended upon the royal palace was, to Alistair, the sound of a kingdom finally sleeping. He was too busy counting his gold and admiring his moon-moth slippers to notice the growing disarray, the unattended duties, the very real, if bizarre, chaos slowly descending upon a court that was simply, overwhelmingly, asleep. Chapter 7. The Alchemist's Own Downfall. Alistair Finch, the now celebrated Sir Alistair, purveyor of profound slumber and accidental architect of the kingdom's newfound, if peculiar, tranquility, continued to administer his famed shimmering powder with the unwavering conviction of a man utterly convinced of his own benevolent genius. His days, once marked by the meticulous calibration of inert liquids and the hopeful, yet ultimately futile, quest for marginally less annoying dust motes, were now filled with the dignified routine of royal consultations, aristocratic commissions, and the gentle, almost artistic supervision of Pip and Giles, who ceaselessly ground, distilled, and packaged the Finch's finest into ever more elaborate containers. He had, for the first time in his life, achieved something truly remarkable. Something that brought not just financial recompense, but widespread adulation. And yet, the constant demands, the endless flattery, the very weight of his unprecedented success, began to subtly chafe at the edges of his perfectly rested composure. His own sleep, initially a profound relief, a blissful plunge into dreamless oblivion, had become something of a ritual, a meticulous plunge into the void. At first, he would take a small, measured dose each night, savoring the rapid descent into perfect rest. But then, as the pressures mounted, the Duke of Ashwood complaining about a lingering, unsettling dream of particularly verbose squirrels, the king himself requesting a double-strength blend for an upcoming, particularly tedious diplomatic meeting, Alistair found himself feeling a familiar, if distant, tremor of his old anxiety. Not the gnawing, existential dread of sleeplessness, but a new, more mundane fatigue, a weariness born of responsibility, a deeper, even more complete repose. He reasoned would surely mitigate these minor stresses. If one pinch provided perfect sleep, surely 1.5 or even 2 would provide a more perfect sleep, an unassailable bastion against the subtle intrusions of the waking world. And so, his nightly dose increased, gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. A little extra shimmer in his evening cordial, a slightly more generous dusting on his before-bed biscuit. The resulting sleep was indeed deeper, more absolute. He would awaken feeling even more refreshed, almost ethereal, as if he had been gently peeled from the very fabric of existence, and then smoothly, effortlessly reattached. The world, initially clearer and sharper after his first true sleep, began to acquire a peculiar softness around the edges. Colors seemed less vibrant, sounds less distinct, and the urgent clamor of the court, once a distant hum, now seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes present, sometimes entirely absent, as if heard through layers of thick, comforting wool. The first casualty of his increased dosage was his sense of time. Days began to blur. He would awaken, feeling exquisitely rested, only to discover that the sun was not, in fact, at its usual morning zenith, but already dipping towards the horizon, painting the sky in evening hues. Pip or Giles would gently remind him of a forgotten appointment with a particularly demanding marchioness, or a batch of powder that was due to the Duke of Grimfen, a man whose patience was as thin as his dwindling hair. Alistair would merely wave a dismissive hand, a new habit he had acquired, one that signified his profound, if misplaced, confidence. Ah, yes, the Marchioness. A mere trifle. Time, my dear boys, is merely a construct. When one is truly rested, one transcends such mundane limitations. He would attribute his temporal disorientation to the powder's profound ability to induce a state of super rest, where the body became so utterly restored that the normal progression of hours became irrelevant. After all, if one could accomplish a full night's rest in a mere few hours, then perhaps the days themselves were simply stretching and shrinking around him, bending to the superior logic of his miraculous compound. His journal, once a meticulous record of measurements and observations, became a haphazard chronicle of half-finished entries and increasingly illegible scribbles. Dates were often omitted or wildly inaccurate. Wednesday, he might write, followed by, or perhaps Friday. The light is peculiar today. Observations on his clients, continued oddities became rarer, replaced by sweeping, generalized statements about the universal benefits of profound repose. The faint, nagging thought that perhaps these quirks were more than mere eccentricities, that the powder might have subtle, cumulative effects beyond mere sleep, was easily dismissed. His success, his renown, his newfound physical comfort acted as a powerful opiate, dulling any introspection. His ego, like a protective membrane, sealed him off from inconvenient truths. The shift in his appearance was gradual but noticeable. His custom-tailored robes, once relatively unblemished, began to acquire the faint smudges and inexplicable creases of his earlier, more chaotic life. His magnificent moon-moth slippers were often left askew, or sometimes, bafflingly, on the wrong feet. His hair, despite his valet's best efforts, began to revert to its natural, slightly disheveled state, sticking up in unruly tufts as if perpetually surprised by the sudden onset of another period of unconsciousness. He would often be found, mid-sentence, mid-stir, or even mid-stride across his workshop, suddenly slumped against a workbench or propped awkwardly against a shelf of inert reagents, eyes closed, breathing deep and even. Pip and Giles, initially alarmed, grew accustomed to these sudden reposes, quietly maneuvering around their slumbering master, their faces a mix of concern and weary resignation. They had, in fact, started a quiet, unspoken competition to guess how long Sir Alistair would remain upright each day. The demands on his powder, however, never ceased. The more peculiar the court became, the more desperate the nobles were for escape. His workshop continued to churn out file after file. Its production line kept running by the increasingly independent Pip and Giles, who, in their master's prolonged absences, had quietly, almost intuitively, mastered the precise techniques of grinding and distillation. Alistair, when he was awake, would oversee them with a serene, almost dreamlike detachment, nodding approval at their efficiency, too lost in his own haze of internal peace to notice their quiet, growing competence. His internal experience of time became a strange, fragmented affair. He would remember snippets of conversations, moments of activity, but they were disjointed, separated by vast unremembered chasms of sleep. A client would arrive, demand a fresh batch, and Alistair would recall the conversation vaguely, only to realize, upon re-emerging from slumber, that the client had departed hours ago, or perhaps even a full day. He began to communicate in a series of half-finished sentences, his thoughts frequently dissolving into a languid mist. His own body became a vessel for sleep, his waking moments mere fleeting transitions between deep, dreamless voids. He no longer needed a bed, any flat surface, any quiet corner, offered an immediate invitation to oblivion. He would repose against a pile of royal decrees, his chin resting on the waxed seal of an urgent diplomatic dispatch. He would rest amidst his own discarded beakers, the subtle scent of old chemicals, a strange, comforting lullaby. The irony, of course, was profound. Alistair Finch, the man who had suffered the protracted torture of sleepless nights, had now become a prisoner of his own cure. He had sought escape from wakefulness, and in doing so, had found himself trapped in an endless undulating cycle of forced slumber. His initial boredom had been replaced by the frantic pace of success, and now that success had delivered him into a new, more pervasive form of boredom, the boredom of utter nothingness, the tedium of perpetual unconsciousness. He no longer pondered the nuances of dust motes or the precise shade of fading parchment. His mind, when awake, floated aimlessly, lightly tethered to reality, waiting for the inevitable, blissful pull of the powder. One afternoon, King Theron, now a famously well-rested, but equally famously prone to spontaneous naps monarch, decided to visit Alistair's workshop personally to commend him on his continued excellence. He entered to find Alistair slumped against a particularly dusty bookshelf, a half-eaten biscuit still clutched in his hand, a faint, contented snore emanating from his slightly parted lips. Pip and Giles, accustomed to such sights, were meticulously grinding powder, their faces impassive. The king paused, cleared his throat, then looked at his alchemist, a look of profound, almost reverent understanding on his face. "Ah, Sir Alistair," he whispered, "a true master of his craft, so dedicated to the perfection of repose. He even indulges in it midday. A true inspiration." He laid a further, rather substantial, pouch of gold coins on the workbench beside Alistair's unconscious form, then quietly left, convinced that his alchemist was merely demonstrating the ultimate commitment to his art. Alistair, however, would have been oblivious to the king's visit, the praise, or the additional gold. He was already deep within the shimmering void, lost in the forced slumber that had become his only true constant. The hours, the days, the weeks, blurred into an indistinct, shimmering haze. He was no longer battling insomnia. He was battling reality itself, choosing the profound, dreamless peace of unconsciousness over the demanding, often irritating, complexities of being awake. The most successful alchemist in the kingdom was slowly, gently, dissolving into a state of perpetual accidental hibernation, a testament to the fact that sometimes even the most desired solutions can become their own unique and utterly unforeseen form of torment. His workshop, once a place of quiet, frustrated wakefulness, was now a sanctuary of pervasive, almost absolute, silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic grind of the pestle and the soft, steady breathing of its profoundly sleeping master. Chapter 8. The King's Midnight Paranoia. Alistair Finch, or Sir Alistair as he was now occasionally, and somewhat vaguely addressed, found himself navigating a life that had become a peculiar patchwork of profound sleep and hazy wakefulness. The meticulously organized production line of his workshop, overseen by the increasingly serene Pip and the perpetually confused Giles, continued to churn out the shimmering powder. Yet Alistair's own involvement had become less about supervision and more about intermittent, dreamlike appearances. He would emerge from his profound, self-induced slumbers, blinked slowly at the golden shafts of sunlight, or more often the pale, anemic glow of dawn, and find himself momentarily disoriented. Time had ceased to be a linear progression for him. It was a series of disconnected, often blurry vignettes, Vignette. One moment he might be dictating instructions on the optimal grinding technique for desert bloom. The next he was waking to a tray of untouched breakfast, hours or perhaps even a full day later, with no memory of having eaten or not eaten the previous evening meal. His journal, once filled with painstaking, if tedious observations, now contained only the most abbreviated, almost hieroglyphic notes scrawled in a hand that was increasingly unfamiliar to him. He lived in a perpetual twilight state, a haze of forced slumber punctuated by brief, functional periods of activity where he would dispense the powder, collect his vast fees, and then retreat back into the blissful, unthinking oblivion that was his greatest creation, and now his constant companion. He dismissed the blurring of days, the occasional loss of conversational threads, the unsettling calmness that settled over his own mind, as the natural consequence of true, unburdened repose. After all, he was finally a Crestidoi. Who cared if a day occasionally stretched into two, or if the precise nature of Tuesdays had begun to elude him? The kingdom, however, was not quite so forgiving of the new temporal fluidity. The pervasive use of Finch's finest had transformed the royal court into a place of bizarre, subdued spectacle. Conversations were less exchanges of ideas and more a series of intermittent monologues. punctuated by the sudden, soft thud of a noble's head against a brocaded cushion or the gentle, rhythmic snoring of a privy councillor mid-report. The previously vibrant hum of courtly intrigue had given way to a peculiar, almost ghostly quiet, broken only by the occasional collective yawn or the faint sound of a dozen noblemen simultaneously exhaling into a state of profound unconsciousness. Royal decrees, once debated with fiery rhetoric, were now occasionally signed by a hand that drifted off the parchment mid-signature, leaving behind a curious looping flourish that necessitated careful interpretation later. Diplomacy became a game of endurance, with foreign ambassadors growing increasingly exasperated by the king's penchant for dozing off precisely at the most critical juncture of negotiations, only to awaken hours later with a beatific smile and an unshakable insistence on revisiting the first point of discussion. The royal treasury, while overflowing with the gold Alistair received, saw its administrative efficiency plummet as clerks would often fall asleep over their ledgers, leaving columns of numbers woefully unbalanced, their quills slipping from lax fingers. King Seron, despite his own significant reliance on the powder, was not entirely oblivious to the creeping lethargy that enveloped his court. Unlike Alistair, whose mind had been softened into a plush, unthinking state by constant repose, the king's mind, perhaps due to the intermittent nature of his own powder intake, he often forgot to take it, only to take a double dose later to compensate, was prone to wild, erratic shifts between placid serenity and bursts of incandescent paranoia. He might awaken from a particularly deep powder-induced sleep feeling gloriously refreshed, only to step out into a hallway to find a line of guards slumped against the wall, their helmets askew, their breathing unnervingly deep. He would see his esteemed advisors nodding off mid-sentence, their eyes fluttering shut like tired butterflies. He would observe his beloved queen, once a woman of fierce intellect and boundless energy, now spending afternoons in a state of serene, unresponsive stillness, her needlework abandoned in her lap, her gentle snores a constant accompaniment to the rustle of her silk gown. At first, the king, still under the spell of Finch's fineness, dismissed these incidents with the very rationalizations Alistair had offered. The body simply seizing opportunities for optimal repose. A truly rested mind, he would declare, is prone to such delightful peculiarities. The profound quiet of the palace, he mused, was merely the sound of a kingdom at peace. But as the weeks bled into months, and the peculiar incidents began to impede the very functioning of his realm, a cold, unwelcome tendril of suspicion began to snake its way through the king's mind. His own occasional wakeful nights, especially those rare ones where he tried to abstain from the powder to clear his head, were plagued by vivid, unsettling nightmares of a world made entirely of deep, unending slumber, where his subjects moved like somnambulistic automatons, and he, the king, was the only one left to guard the dream. He began to notice the subtle, vacant stares in the eyes of his most loyal courtiers, the increasingly slow responses of his most efficient ministers. The Duke of Stonemore, who had once prided himself on his razor-sharp wit, now spoke primarily in rhyming couplets that were often nonsensical, punctuated by bouts of sudden, deep sleep. The Countess of Willowbend, while beautifully rested, had entirely ceased wearing anything that was not perfectly spherical. Even his most trusted spymaster, a man once known for his stealth and vigilance, now frequently dozed off while perched precariously on a chandelier, only to be discovered hours later, snoring gently amongst the crystal droplets. The tipping point came during the annual royal tournament of jousting and archery. King Theron, eager to display the prowess of his knights, sat in the royal viewing box, a small, discreet dose of Finch's finest tucked beneath his tongue, just in case the jousting proved too tedious. The first several passes were magnificent, but then, during a crucial charge, the kingdom's champion knight, Sir Reginald the Resolute, known for his unwavering focus, suddenly slumped forward in his saddle. His lance, instead of striking his opponent's shield, merely scraped harmlessly along the ground. Sir Reginald, a mountain of a man in full plate armor, then slid from his horse with a surprising lack of grace, landing in a heap in the dusty arena, immediately entering a state of profound, armor-clanking slumber. The crowd gasped. The opponent, utterly bewildered, merely rode past. Then, in quick succession, two more knights, awaiting their turns, were observed to have fallen asleep while still mounted, their horses standing patiently beneath them as if accustomed to the sudden, temporary incapacitation of their riders. Later, during the archery display, 3 archers, renowned for their eagle eyes, simultaneously dropped their bows, their arrows falling harmlessly from their quivers as they too succumbed to the sudden, irresistible call of Finch's finest, collapsing gracefully onto the archery range. The royal audience, many of whom were themselves stifling yawns or emerging from brief, refreshing naps, began to murmur. King Taron, jolted awake by the collective gasp of the crowd and the sheer absurdity of the scene before him, felt a cold dread creep into his heart. This was no mere peaceful repose. This was a systematic debilitation. His knights, his archers, his court, his kingdom was falling asleep. And there was only one common thread, one insidious substance responsible, Alistair Finch's shimmering powder. A profound, terrifying thought bloomed in his mind, eclipsing the lingering haze of his own powder-induced calm. This was not a cure. This was a slow, deliberate poisoning, a calculated act of sabotage, designed to weaken his realm, to lull his most powerful subjects into a state of defenseless slumber, leaving them vulnerable to any unseen enemy, any foreign aggressor, or even, perish the thought, a homegrown coup. The thought was outlandish, paranoid, born of a mind both rested and deeply suspicious, but it was compelling, and the only one who stood to gain, the only one who seemed untouched by this spreading lethargy, was the alchemist himself. Or so the king, in his agitated state, believed. That very evening, as the last rays of twilight bled from the sky, a different kind of carriage, grim and unadorned, pulled up to Alistair's grand new workshop within the palace grounds. No liveried footman this time, but 4 imposing royal guards, their faces grim, their polished breastplates reflecting the dying light with an ominous glint. They entered the workshop without ceremony, their heavy boots echoing on the polished stone floor. Pip, who was diligently sorting vials of essence of twilight vine, merely blinked slowly at their entrance, a serene, almost dreamlike expression on his face. Shias, who was polishing an alembic with an unnervingly slow, methodical stroke, did not even look up. They were, in their own quiet way, as much victims of Alistair's success as the rest of the court. Alistair, perched on a stool, idly stirring a batch of his now entirely unnecessary, yet still perpetually brewed, concoction of comprehensively less annoying dust motes, looked up, a faint, polite smile on his lips. His own eyes, usually clear from his constant repose, held a faint, almost glassy sheen. "Good evening, gentlemen," he drawled, his voice a little slower than usual. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" He gestured vaguely at the guards, entirely missing the menacing posture, the drawn swords. The lead guard, a stern-faced man with a scar running across his brow, stepped forward, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that cut through the workshop's quiet hum. "Sir Alistair Finch, by order of His Royal Majesty King Theron, you are hereby commanded to appear before him at once." And, he added, his gaze sweeping across the orderly shelves laden with shimmering powder. "You are to bring nothing but yourself." The implication hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous summons to court, which had encouraged a generous supply of his miraculous cure. Alistair blinked, the faint smile still lingering, his mind dulled by the ceaseless, profound slumbers. Struggled to grasp the shift in tone. At once, is there some new royal anxiety that requires immediate alleviation? Perhaps a particularly vexing dream about taxation? He began to reach for a small pouch of Finch's finest, an automatic gesture. "Stop!" the guard barked, his hand going to his sword hilt. "You will touch nothing. You will come with us now." The sharp command, the glint of steel, finally pierced through Alistair's hazy calm, eliciting a faint, unfamiliar flicker of unease. He slowly lowered his hand, his brow furrowing in mild confusion. He gazed at the guards, then back at his shimmering powder, and then, instinctively, rubbed his own tired eyes. The world, for a fleeting moment, seemed less soft, less peaceful. A sharp, almost painful awareness of the gravity of the situation began to prick at the edges of his consciousness. The king, he suddenly realized, was not summoning him for a consultation. He was summoning him for judgment. The king's paranoia, nurtured by the strange somnolence of his court, had finally sharpened its claws. And Alistair Finch, the unsuspecting purveyor of accidental oblivion, was to be its first victim. He felt a sudden, profound desire for a truly deep, dreamless sleep, the kind that might make all this unpleasantness simply disappear. But he knew, with a sudden, chilling clarity, that such an escape was no longer entirely within his control. He stood, his moon-moth slippers making no sound on the stone floor, and followed the grim guards out of his peaceful, yet perilous, workshop body. The door closed behind him with a soft thud, leaving Pip and Giles to their serene, slow-motion production, blissfully unaware of the dramatic turn of events. Chapter 9. A trial without witnesses, because they were all asleep. The journey from Alistair Finch's once tranquil workshop to the grand, imposing hall of justice within the royal palace was a somber affair, devoid of the usual opulent velvet and polished brass. Instead, Alistair, now merely the accused, found himself flanked by 4 grim-faced royal guards, their boots echoing with unnerving finality on the cold stone corridors. His moon-moth slippers, once a symbol of his newfound comfort, felt flimsy, almost ridiculous, against the hard marble. His mind, still softened by the ceaseless, profound slumbers he had so liberally indulged in, struggled to grasp the shift in his circumstances. One moment, he was idly contemplating the existential ennui of dust motes. The next, he was being marched towards a potential judgment, the likes of which he had only ever read about in poorly illustrated historical almanacs. The air, usually thick with the faint scent of incense and beeswax in the palace, now seemed to carry a subtle, pervasive undertone of stale breath and profound stillness, as if the very stones were exhaling. He felt a familiar pull towards slumber, a gentle, insistent tug at the edges of his consciousness, but the presence of the unsmiling guards, whose polished breastplates reflected his own bewildered face in distorted miniature, kept him marginally alert. The Hall of Justice was a vast, cavernous space, designed to impress with its towering Gothic arches and stained glass windows, depicting various stern-faced saints dispensing stern-faced justice. Today, however, its grandeur was undermined by a peculiar atmosphere of pervasive drowsiness. The air, usually charged with the solemnity of legal proceedings, felt heavy, as though diffused with an invisible, soporific mist. Flickering torches cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to sway with a hypnotic rhythm. The assembled court, meant to bear witness to Alistair's trial, presented a tableau of somnolent nobility and lethargic officialdom. Many sat slumped in their elaborately carved chairs, heads lolling to one side, their elegant robes disarrayed. A few emitted soft, rhythmic snores that formed a curious, almost melodic, background hum to the quiet shuffle of the guards' boots. The scent of lavender, presumably meant to calm the nervous and perhaps mask the various royal odors, mingled strangely with a faint, almost imperceptible sweetness, the lingering ghost of Finch's finest. At the head of the chamber, on a raised dais, sat King Theron, looking less regal and more like a perpetually agitated gnome. His crown was indeed askew, his royal robes rumpled, and his eyes, though bloodshot, darted around the room with a feverish intensity. He had, Alistair noted with a vague sense of professional interest, taken a particularly generous dose of the powder himself in the anxious hours leading up to the trial, a fact betrayed by the faint, almost imperceptible sheen of calm that occasionally settled over his otherwise agitated features. He gripped the arms of his throne, his knuckles white, as if trying to hold himself upright against an invisible, oppressive weight. To his right sat a collection of senior judges and magistrates, each one a testament to the powder's pervasive reach. Lord Chief Justice Abernathy, a man whose legal pronouncements were usually delivered with the precision of a master clockmaker, now leaned heavily on his ornate gavel, his breathing a slow, deliberate rumble. His wig, usually a pristine cloud of white horsehair, was slightly askew, threatening to slip entirely from his head. Across the aisle, the royal prosecutor, a man famed for his booming voice and fiery rhetoric, sat slumped forward, his face buried in a pile of legal scrolls, a faint gurgling snore escaping his lips. The trial began, or rather, it attempted to begin. King Theron, after clearing his throat with a sound like grinding gravel, launched into a furious, yet oddly slurred, accusation. "Alistair Finch," he rasped, his voice wavering, "you stand accused of high treason, of poisoning my court, of rendering my kingdom." His voice trailed off, his eyes momentarily glazing over, as if grappling with the precise terminology. He shook his head, clearing it with a visible effort. "Of rendering my kingdom utterly." His gaze swept across the dozing faces in the hall. "Utterly? Be peaceful. Undis, Unipkini ha." He slammed his fist onto the armrest, a surprisingly loud thud that made a few drowsing courtiers twitch, but none awoke. "This piece, Alistair, is a deadly piece. A piece of slumber." Alistair, still somewhat in a fog, merely blinked. "My liege," he began, his voice surprisingly soft in the echoing hall. "Powder, Finch's finest, as some prefer to call it, merely offers profound repose. It optimizes the body's natural inclination towards rest." His own argument sounded eminently reasonable to his powder-dulled mind. The king scoffed, a strangled, indignant sound. "Repose? You call this repose, Alchemist? Look around you." He gestured wildly with a trembling hand. His personal chronicler, a perpetually nervous man named Master Quill, who was meant to be diligently recording every word of the proceedings, had slowly slid from his stool, and was now curled into a surprisingly compact ball on the floor. His quill still clutched in a limp hand, a faint whistle emanating from his nose. His inkpot had overturned, slowly blooming across a pristine piece of parchment like a dark, spilled dream. The king continued, his voice rising in a fit of paranoid indignation. "My Grand Vizier, a man of meticulous attention to laundry racks. He is found snoring amidst his parchments. My knights, they fall from their steeds mid-joust. My archers, they cannot even loose an arrow without first achieving a state of profound, Unshakable. He trailed off again, his own eyelids fluttering, before snapping them open with a visible jolt. Unshakable unconsciousness. This is not rest. Alistair, this is a curse. A slow, insidious paralysis. You seek to render my kingdom vulnerable to some unseen enemy. Perhaps the Growlash hordes? They are notoriously awake. Alistair shook his head, a slow, deliberate movement. My liege, the Growlash hordes, if I recall my geography correctly, are primarily concerned with the optimal fermentation of yak butter. They rarely trouble themselves with matters of political destabilization. They are, from what I understand, quite Alistair's own words began to blur, and he found his own head beginning to feel delightfully heavy. He cleared his throat, forcing himself to focus. Quite well fed. The king glared, his eyes narrowed before a sudden, profound yawn overtook him. His mouth stretched impossibly wide, revealing an astonishing number of slightly yellowed teeth. He fought it, grimacing, pinching himself surreptitiously beneath his regal robe. Bring forth the witnesses, he commanded, his voice muffled by the aftermath of the yawn. Let them testify to this pervasive lethargy. The first witness was the Duke of Stonemore, who was gently prodded awake by a junior guard. The Duke, looking disoriented, stood swaying slightly, his gaze unfocused. He blinked slowly. Your Majesty, he began, his voice a soft, murmuring drone. A rather profound slumber did descend upon me, quite unexpectedly, during the fee. He paused, his eyes closing again. The matters of state. Oh, to dream of fields of lavender, so soft and deep, where golden sheep do gently leap. He swayed again, his head beginning to nod, his voice fading into a series of soft, rhyming snores before he quietly folded onto himself, becoming a rather elegant heap of velvet and brocade on the floor. The king groaned, thumping his fist weakly on the throne. Another one. You see, Alistair, the Duke, a man of sharp intellect, now speaks in nursery rhymes and collapses like a discarded sack of flour. This is your doing. Alistair merely sighed. He had explained the artistic awakening to the Duke's majordomo. It was a perfectly logical side effect, if one considered the profound liberation of an unburdened mind. The majordomo himself, Alistair noted, was now quite clearly asleep, propped against a marble pillar, his usually meticulous cravat undone. Next, a kitchen steward, a rotund man with a perpetually flour-dusted apron, was brought forward. He shuffled reluctantly to the stand, looking utterly exhausted. Speak, man, the king commanded, barely suppressing another yawn. Tell the court of the alchemist's wicked concoctions. The steward blinked slowly. The powder, your Majesty, it is a blessed relief. My feet, they ache no more. My dreams, they are a fluffy clouds and silence. He paused, a look of profound contentment spreading across his face. And the roast beef. It is quite quiet. He swayed, his eyes rolling up into his head, and he began to emit a surprisingly loud, contented snore, almost immediately falling into a deep, heavy slumber, his bulk landing with a resonant thud that shook the very floorboards. A small cascade of flour drifted from his apron. The king spluttered with indignation, momentarily forgetting his own weariness. This is outrageous. A trial cannot proceed when the witnesses succumb to a sudden urge for extended rest. He looked around the room, his eyes scanning the slumped, snoring forms. His royal treasurer, whose accounts were always in impeccable order, was now softly snoring, his head buried in his own ledger, a faint trail of drool marking a crucial entry. A delegation of foreign ambassadors whose presence was meant to lend gravitas to the proceedings were now all slumped in various states of repose. one particularly portly ambassador from the Southern Isles, emitting a series of high-pitched whistles that could curdle milk. Even the 4 grim guards who had escorted Alistair to the hall were beginning to look distinctly heavy-lidded. One of them, the stern-faced late guard with the scar, was leaning so heavily on his halberd that he appeared to be using it as a rather precarious crutch to prevent a full collapse into unconsciousness. Alistair, despite the gravity of the situation, found himself stifling a yawn. The profound irony of it all was almost too much for his powder-dulled mind to fully appreciate. He, the accused, was perhaps the most genuinely awake person in the entire hall, simply by virtue of having had a truly refreshing sleep recently. Even if that sleep had been so pervasive, it had made him lose track of 3 consecutive Wednesdays. His accusers, his jury, his witnesses were all succumbing to the very poison he was accused of administering. It was a perfect, self-defeating prophecy. The king, frustrated beyond measure, finally slammed his gavel onto the armrest of his throne, the sound a surprisingly weak thud. "This is intolerable." He rose, unsteady on his feet. This court cannot proceed." He glared at Alistair, his gaze filled with a desperate, paranoid fury. "Alistair Finch, you have poisoned them all. You have turned my valiant court into a gallery of slumbering fools. For this you shall—" He paused, his own eyes beginning to close against his will. You shall be." He swayed, his hand reaching out blindly for support, before his head finally lolled back, and King Theron, the instigator of this farcical trial, slid down slightly in his throne, his crown tumbling from his head and landing with a soft clink on the velvet cushion beside him. His breathing deepened, a slow, regal snore echoing faintly through the vast hall, joining the chorus of his unconscious subjects. A profound silence descended upon the Hall of Justice, broken only by the collective symphony of snores. The torches flickered, casting their long, wavering shadows over a court utterly, comprehensively, and unintentionally at peace. Alistair, now completely alone in his own awareness, stood amidst the sleeping masses, a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The ridiculousness of it all was, in its own peculiar way, quite captivating. He bent down, picked up the king's crown, and with a methodical, almost absent-minded gesture, placed it gently back onto the king's head, settling it as straight as he could manage. He then looked at the snoring Lord Chief Justice, then at the sprawling royal prosecutor, then at the Duke of Stonemore, who was now emitting a surprisingly bird-like chirp in his slumber. He even glanced at the late guard, who, despite his best efforts, was now propped precariously against his halberd, his mouth slightly ajar, a delicate snore escaping his grim lips. Alistair sighed, a sound of profound, weary amusement. He was accused of poisoning them, when all he had truly done was give them what they claimed to want most, a profound, inescapable quiet. The true irony, he realized, was that the more effective his powder became, the less capable anyone was of truly appreciating its effects, or of holding him accountable for them. He had created a perfect, self-perpetuating cycle of unconsciousness, and he, the accidental architect, was slowly but surely becoming its prime example. He felt the delightful heaviness in his own eyelids, the seductive pull of oblivion. There was, after all, nothing left to be done here. The trial, it seemed, was indefinitely adjourned due to a lack of conscious participants. He carefully, quietly, pulled a small, jeweled snuff-box from the pocket of the now unconscious king. It contained a generous amount of Finch's finest. Perhaps, he mused, a slightly larger dose would ensure a truly uninterrupted passage to his own humble cot. He could revisit the finer points of his defense later, but perhaps in a dream, or perhaps not at all. The Hall of Justice a monument to waking deliberation, had become quite unexpectedly a grand, snoring testament to the power of accidental invention and the peculiar, profound peace that followed. Chapter 10. The Dungeon Nap. The transition from the Hall of Justice, a veritable chorus of aristocratic snores, to the cold, echoing depths of the royal dungeon was surprisingly uneventful for Alistair Finch. The 4 grim-faced royal guards who had escorted him from his workshop, and who had themselves begun to exhibit a subtle, almost imperceptible swaying, seemed to operate on a kind of sleep-deprived autopilot. The king, after his final, fragmented accusation, had indeed succumbed to the powder's persistent invitation, his royal snores echoing his earlier pronouncements, with no one left awake to issue a formal decree or indeed to countermand an implied one. The guards simply proceeded with what seemed the most logical course of action in the face of an accused traitor. Their movements, though still heavy-footed, possessed a peculiar, languid quality, as if they were wading through an invisible syrup. They led Alistair through a maze of dimly lit corridors, down a winding stone staircase that spiraled into the earth, the air growing colder, damper, and heavier with each descending step. The scent of ancient stone, mildew, and something faintly metallic replaced the perfumed air of the palace. A stark, unceremonious change. Alistair, still riding the gentle, undulating wave of his own recent powder intake, observed his predicament with a detached, almost academic interest. He noted the precise number of steps, 73, if his counting was to be trusted, which given his current state was debatable. The consistent drip of water from the ceiling, a comforting, monotonous rhythm, and the faint, scuttling sounds of what he presumed were distant, less privileged relatives of Bartholomew the Rat. His moon-moth slippers, now quite damp, offered little protection against the chill that seeped up from the flagstones. He was, quite simply, being imprisoned. The absurdity of it all struck him with a faint, almost imperceptible tremor of amusement. Accused of treason by a king who had effectively fallen asleep on his own throne, judged by a court rendered unconscious, and now escorted to confinement by guards whose own eyelids seemed dangerously heavy. It was, he reflected, a masterwork of bureaucratic inertia operating under extreme somnolence. His cell, when they finally reached it, was precisely what one might expect of a royal dungeon. A small, square chamber of rough-hewn stone, devoid of furniture save for a narrow, mildewed cot with a thin, uninviting mattress, bent. A single small barred window, placed high up, offered a sliver of the perpetually gray dungeon sky. The heavy iron door clanged shut behind him with a resonant thud that echoed through the silence, a sound that, surprisingly, brought Alistair a peculiar sense of solace. The guards, with a collective, almost synchronized yawn, turned and shuffled back the way they came, their footsteps receding into the damp gloom. And then there was only silence, a profound, absolute quiet, broken only by the rhythmic drip of water and the distant, almost musical squeak of a rat. For Alistair, the quiet was initially a profound relief. After months of the incessant clamor of the court, the endless stream of anxious nobles, the bewildered chatter of Pip and Giles, and the constant, overwhelming demands on his time, the dungeon offered a kind of monastic solitude. There were no requests for stronger doses, no urgent summons from a perpetually fretful duke, no need to explain away the oddities of his powder's side effects. Here, in the damp, unadorned cell, he could simply lie. He sank onto the cot, the rough material scratching faintly against his fine wool robes, and took a deep, deliberate breath. He still had the king's jeweled snuff-box, its contents a generous supply of Finch's finest, tucked discreetly into a pocket of his robes. He had acquired it during his fleeting moment of clarity at the trial, a subtle act of foresight that now seemed remarkably astute. He took a pinch of the shimmering powder, dissolved it in a few drops of water he coaxed from a persistent drip in the corner of his cell, and swallowed. The familiar, delightful languor washed over him almost immediately. His body, weary from the unexpected ordeal, gratefully accepted the embrace of oblivion. The cold stone, the damp air, the very concept of imprisonment, all dissolved into a profound, dreamless void. He slept, truly, gloriously, utterly slept, not for a few hours, but for what felt like an eternity. He awoke to the familiar, if unwelcome, dull light of dawn filtering through the high window, feeling remarkably refreshed, albeit a trifle chilly. He had slept deeply, comprehensively, completely. His mind, unburdened by external pressures, felt clearer than it had in weeks, momentarily unclouded by the pervasive haze of his own creation. The boredom, however, quickly returned, a quiet, pervasive what was one to do in a cell? He catalogued the cracks in the walls, counted the individual links in the chain attached to the opposite wall, a truly impressive number, he concluded, and even attempted to categorize the various shades of mildew growing in the corners. It was the same familiar, mind-numbingly tedious existence he had known before his accidental discovery, only now, within the confines of a stone box. His only solace was the knowledge that, when the boredom became truly unbearable, he could simply retreat into the blissful oblivion of the powder. Days bled into what felt like weeks, or perhaps months. Alistair was no longer entirely sure. The lack of natural light, the absence of any discernible clock, and his continued, if slightly reduced, reliance on Finch's finest meant that time was a fluid, amorphous concept. He slept, he awoke, he observed the mildew. He slept again. His 2 meals a day, delivered by a slot in the heavy iron door, served as his only real markers of the passage of time. The guards who delivered his meals were grim-faced, silent men, their eyes perpetually shadowed. Their shoulders slumped with an exhaustion Alistair knew intimately. They merely slid the tray through the slot, never meeting his gaze, never speaking. Alistair, in his detached way, noted their increasing weariness, the deeper bags under their eyes, the slower, more deliberate pace of their steps. He suspected they were suffering from the same pervasive insomnia that had plagued the court. Their shifts, he imagined, must be long, arduous, and utterly thankless. The dungeon, initially a bastion of grim vigilance, slowly began to succumb to the very malady that plagued the kingdom above. The first subtle signs were the footsteps. Once crisp and echoing on the stone, they became softer, more shuffling. The clang of armor, once a frequent, reassuring sound, grew less frequent, replaced by a quiet, almost hesitant rustle. Alistair, always the observer, noted these changes from his cell. He would hear the faint, almost imperceptible sigh of a guard on duty, followed by a period of profound, unnerving silence from the corridor outside his cell, then perhaps a soft, rhythmic snore, so quiet it was almost a whisper. It seemed the sleeplessness, the very condition his powder was meant to cure, was now so prevalent that even the stoic dungeon guards, the last bastions of wakefulness, were falling prey to its relentless tyranny. One particularly damp evening, Alistair heard a series of frustrated grunts from the corridor, followed by the distinctive sound of a heavy body slumping against the stone wall. Then, a voice, rough and weary, muttered, "Blast this accursed sleeplessness. My eyes feel like they're filled with sand from the Sahara." Another, equally gruff voice replied. "Aye, and my bones feel like they've been trampled by a regiment of war horses. I heard tell, from the cook, of a powder, a sleeping powder. From that alchemist fellow. Keeps him quiet, they say. And a quiet prisoner is a blessing." Alistair, listening intently from within his cell, felt a familiar, almost fond, sense of amusement. So, the whispers had reached even here. The next morning, Alistair noticed a change. The usual grim-faced guard who slid his meal tray through the slot paused his eyes, while still weary, holding a spark of something new, curiosity and desperation. He looked at Alistair not with disdain, but with a plea in his gaze. He didn't speak, but his eyes conveyed a silent question. Alistair, with a knowing, if slightly hazy, smile, reached into the folds of his robe and, with a subtle movement, passed a minuscule, almost invisible pinch of the shimmering powder through the slot onto the empty tray. The guard's eyes widened slightly, and he snatched it up with a swiftness that belied his earlier weariness, stuffing it into his tunic pocket. He then slid the meal tray in, his hand lingering for a moment, as if in silent gratitude, before he shuffled away, his footsteps lighter than before. It began subtly, then accelerated. The guards, initially cautious, quickly discovered the profound, restorative power of Finch's finest. The small amount Alistair had provided quickly became insufficient, and soon, silent requests for more became a daily ritual. Alistair, with a bemused detachment, continued to dole out portions from the king's snuff-box, finding a strange satisfaction in sharing the blissful oblivion. The atmosphere in the dungeon transformed. The metallic clanging of keys became less frequent, replaced by the dull thud of them being dropped onto stone. The echoing footsteps of patrols grew softer, slower, until they became almost entirely silent, replaced by the faint, rhythmic sound of multiple men softly snoring in unison from various points along the dark corridors. Alistair would often hear it now, the deep, resonant snore of Sergeant Grimshaw from the guard post just outside his cell, punctuated by the lighter, almost delicate snore of young Private Thistle, who was new to the night watch. Sometimes he'd hear the distinctive, high-pitched whistle of Corporal Finch, no relation, Alistair had ascertained through quiet observation, a mild disappointment, signaling his descent into powder-induced slumber. The dungeon, once a place of perpetual vigilance, became a dormitory. Keys were left in locks forgotten. Doors, unbarred, swung open on rusty hinges with a faint, mournful creak, inviting, rather than deterring, escape. The very purpose of the dungeon, to contain, was being subtly, systematically undermined by the pervasive spread of the sleeping powder. Alistair, despite being the only truly awake prisoner, rarely considered escape. The thought felt like an effort, a tiresome interruption to the quiet predictability of his days. Besides, where would he go? Back to the court, where everyone was already asleep. Back to his workshop, now filled with the slow-motion efficiency of Pip and Giles. The dungeon, in its own peculiar way, had become his new, perfectly quiet sanctuary, a place where he could finally indulge in his profound, unyielding boredom without external demands. He had, in his own ironically brilliant fashion, rendered his imprisonment utterly meaningless. He was a prisoner, yes, but a profoundly rested one, in a prison where the guards were more asleep than awake. One morning, Alistair awoke to an uncharacteristic silence. Not the usual quiet hum of distant snores, but a profound, almost absolute stillness. He rose from his cot, stretched, and walked to his cell door. He peered through the small, grimy peephole. The corridor was empty. No snoring guards, no footsteps, no distant clanking. Only the rhythmic drip of water. He tried the latch on his door. It was, as he half expected, unbarred. The heavy iron door creaked open with a groan of rusty protest, revealing an empty, silent passage. The dungeon, it seemed, was fully, comprehensively, and collectively asleep. Alistair Finch, the most dangerous prisoner in the kingdom, was free to wander, a walking, oddly well-rested monument to the pervasive power of his accidental genius. He stepped out into the corridor, the silence almost deafening, a new, unforeseen chapter of his bizarre incarceration, or rather, his unincarceration, about to begin. The boredom, he sensed, might take on an entirely new, even more profound dimension. Chapter 11. The Great Sleepwalking Incident. Alistair Finch, the alchemist who had accidentally perfected profound slumber, found himself standing in the chill, echoing silence of the royal dungeon, a free man. The heavy iron door of his cell, left unbarred by the perpetually dozing guards, swung inward with a mournful creak, revealing a corridor utterly devoid of life, or at least of conscious life. The faint, rhythmic chorus of snores, once a background hum to his incarceration, had ceased. It was as if the entire royal prison, from the lowliest turnkey to the most grizzled dungeon master, had collectively succumbed to the pervasive embrace of Finch's finest. He stepped out, his moon-moth slippers making no sound on the damp flagstones, and surveyed the scene. Keys dangled from unattended hooks. Unbarred doors to other cells stood ajar, revealing empty, equally silent interiors. A discarded halberd lay near a corner, its wielder presumably having folded neatly into a profound slumber somewhere out of sight. The air, usually thick with the faint metallic tang of old iron and the musky scent of unwashed prisoners, now carried only the damp aroma of stone and a faint, sweet, almost cloying scent of the powder, as if it had settled upon every surface like a fine, invisible dust. He proceeded cautiously, not out of fear but out of a peculiar sense of bewildered curiosity. He ascended the winding stone staircase, his gaze sweeping over the sleeping forms he encountered. A guard, slumped against a pillar, his helmet tilted precariously, a faint whistle emanating from his nose. Further up, a scullery maid, mid-task, had evidently slumped into a pile of unwashed linens, her head nestled amongst the starched collars, her breathing deep and even. The palace above, he quickly realized, was no less afflicted than the dungeon below. He moved through the grand antechambers, once bustling with courtiers and servants, now a vast silent tableau of unconsciousness. A particularly pompous nobleman, whose anxieties had necessitated a triple dose of Finch's finest, was found draped elegantly over a gilded chaise lounge, a half-eaten candied plum resting, undisturbed on his chest. A chambermaid, mid-sweep, had simply leaned against her broom, her eyes closed in blissful repose, her hand still loosely clutching the bristles. The king's personal chronicler, Master Quill, whom Alistair had observed collapse during his trial, was still nestled comfortably amidst his spilled ink, dreaming, presumably, of particularly well-balanced ledgers. The pervasive, unshakable quiet was almost unnerving, a stark contrast to the usual cacophony of court life. It was a kingdom at peace, Alistair mused with a faint, detached amusement. A peace so absolute it bordered on the absurd. The silence, however, quickly became its own form of torment for Alistair. The novelty of his unincarceration began to wear thin, replaced by a profound, pervasive boredom. He had mastered sleep, yes, but what was one to do when everyone else was doing the same? His mind, momentarily clear from the slightly reduced dosage he'd taken in the dungeon, he'd been trying to conserve the king's snuff-box contents, began to prickle with the familiar restless urge for observation, for minor, inconsequential occupation. He couldn't tinker in his old workshop. Pip and Giles, he imagined, were probably themselves in a serene, semi-conscious state, stirring batches of powder with dreamlike slowness. The thought of their languid efficiency brought a flicker of his old, dry wit. No, the palace was a static display. He needed something more. A change of scenery. A new subject for his peculiar brand of observational boredom. He would venture out. He found an unguarded side entrance, presumably left ajar by a somnolent sentry, and stepped out into the crisp, early morning air. The sun was just beginning to cast long, pale shadows across the dew-kissed grounds. He walked away from the silent palace, towards the sprawling market town that nestled at its foot, a place usually vibrant with the cacophony of early morning trade. But today, the usual sounds were absent. No distant cries of vendors, no clatter of carts, no barking dogs. Just an unnatural, profound stillness. A faint, almost imperceptible murmur reached his ears. A soft, low drone, like a hive of very contented bees. Alistair's brow furrowed. This was new. As he drew closer to the town square, the murmuring grew louder, becoming a collective, indistinct hum. What he saw next was an image that would forever be seared into his memory, eclipsing even the sight of the snoring king on his throne. The town square, usually a chaotic hub of activity, was filled with people. But these were not awake people. They were moving, slowly, deliberately, as if wading through unseen water, their eyes wide open, yet utterly vacant, glassed over with an inner luminescence that seemed to reflect only distant dreams. They drifted, singly and in small, loose clusters across the square, down in the narrow lanes, and around the market stalls. This was not the sudden, complete collapse into slumber he had witnessed in the palace. This was something far more unsettling. This was sleepwalking on a grand, communal scale. A portly baker, his apron still dusted with flour, was slowly and meticulously kneading the air, his hands moving with the practiced rhythm of dough preparation, a faint, contented smile on his lips. His empty bread basket lay beside him, untouched. A young seamstress, her eyes fixed on some inner vision, threaded an invisible needle with painstaking precision, making delicate, non-existent stitches in the fabric of the morning air. A merchant, his stall laden with ripe apples, was painstakingly rearranging the phantom fruit, his fingers brushing against empty space. There was an eerie, synchronized quality to their movements, a dreamlike choreography that made Alistair's normally placid mind feel a jolt of genuine disquiet. This was not optimal repose. This was something else entirely. And then he heard the murmuring, the distinct, repeating phrase that emerged from the collective drone. It was a low, guttural sound, repeated by dozens of voices, sometimes in unison, sometimes overlapping like a strange, subconscious chant. Turnips, lovely turnips, so round, so earthy. A woman, her hair in disarray, bumped gently into a lamppost, only to continue her slow, purposeful stride. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, "The earth's sweet jewel." A dream of turnips. A burly blacksmith, his hammer resting on his shoulder, shuffled past, his eyes unfocused, his deep voice rumbling. Just a few more, then the turnip patch is complete. So many turnips. It was everywhere. From the ancient cobbler, stitching an invisible boot, to the young laundress folding phantom linen. The refrain was the same, a profound, almost spiritual preoccupation with turnips. Dreams of turnips. Alistair stared, transfixed by the bizarre spectacle. His initial detached amusement began to curdle into a cold, unsettling dread. This was the true, unintended consequence of his accidental genius. His powder, meant to offer profound rest, had, in excessive doses, turned an entire village into a somnambulant tableau, their collective consciousness consumed by a singular, root-vegetable-centric dream. How had this happened? He remembered the ease with which his powder had spread through the court, the servants discreetly acquiring it. It stood to reason that the villagers, hearing of the nobility's miraculous sleep, and burdened by their own exhaustion, had sought it out, or perhaps in their attempts to mimic the king's optimal repose, had simply taken far too much. Or perhaps, in a supreme twist of irony, one of his own sleepwalking palace assistants, Pip or Giles, had, in a powder-induced haze, inadvertently contaminated a communal well, or perhaps even distributed larger, unsupervised doses to the populace, believing they were simply bringing peace to the people. He imagined a sleepwalking Pip, serenely pouring handfuls of the shimmering dust into the village bread dough, or scattering it into the public water supply. His dream-addled mind convinced he was performing a noble alchemical service. The thought made a faint shiver run down Alistair's spine, a sensation he hadn't felt in weeks, perhaps months. He approached a young man, a stable hand he recognized from the palace, who was meticulously grooming an imaginary horse, his hand stroking the air with tender precision. "Turnips, shiny and clean. So many turnips," the stable hand murmured, his eyes wide and unseeing. Alistair cautiously waved a hand in front of the man's face. No reaction. He snapped his fingers. Nothing. The young man continued his phantom grooming, utterly lost in his turnip-infused dreamscape. Alistair felt a sickening lurch in his stomach. The powder hadn't just put them to sleep. It had unlocked something in their subconscious, given form to their innermost, most mundane desires. And it seemed, for this entire village, that desire was turnips. The sun climbed higher, casting the scene in an unnervingly bright light. The sleepwalking villagers continued their silent, dreamlike procession, their murmurs of turnips a constant disquieting hum. A small child, no older than 5, clutching an invisible toy, stumbled along, softly repeating, "My turnip dolly, my sweet leafy turnip." Alistair looked at his own hands, the hands that had inadvertently brewed this strange, pervasive oblivion. He, who had sought to escape boredom, had instead plunged an entire community into a collective, turnip-obsessed stupor. The irony was no longer amusing, it was horrifying. This was no longer just about sleep. It was about something far more profound, a subtle erosion of consciousness, a slow, gentle descent into a shared, absurd dream. The kingdom was not merely sleeping, it was sleepwalking, lost in a collective fugue, and he, Alistair Finch, was its unwitting conductor. He backed away slowly, stepping over a dozing cat, and moved towards the edge of the village. The whispers of turnips followed him, a gentle, insistent chorus. He had been free from the dungeon, yes, but he had merely stepped from one peculiar prison into another, larger, even more unsettling one. A prison of mass unconsciousness. His escape, he realized with a new, bitter clarity, was merely an opportunity to witness the full, terrifying scope of his accidental triumph. The sun continued to rise, casting long, peaceful shadows over the sleepwalking village. Alistair Finch, the alchemist of accidental oblivion, stood alone, the only truly awake man in a kingdom lost to dreams, contemplating a world where the greatest problem was not restless nights, but waking dreams of root vegetables. And for the first time in a very long time, Alistair Finch felt truly, profoundly, and terrifyingly awake. Chapter 12. The powder's secret ingredient. Alistair Finch, the reluctant wanderer in a kingdom of accidental slumber, stood on the edge of the village, the low, collective murmur of turnips, so round, so earthy, a chilling counterpoint to the rising sun. His recent unincarceration had initially brought a strange, fleeting sense of liberation. But this spectacle of mass somnambulism, had pierced through his powder-induced haze with the sharp clarity of genuine horror. This was not the benign, restorative sleep he had envisioned. This was a profound, systematic unraveling of the mind, a descent into a shared, absurd dreamscape, orchestrated by his own unwitting hand. The irony, once a source of dry amusement, now tasted like ash. He was not merely the alchemist of sleep, he was the purveyor of a peculiar oblivion that devoured consciousness itself, leaving behind only the echo of root vegetables. His long-dormant alchemical curiosity, once fueled by mere boredom, now sparked with a desperate, urgent need to understand, to unravel the terrible truth of his creation. He turned and, with an uncharacteristic burst of purpose, hurried back towards the silent, still palace. The sight of the unbarred dungeon doors, the sleeping guards, the inert nobility draped across their plush furniture, no longer filled him with detached amusement. Each unconscious form was a testament to his monumental era, a silent accusation. He navigated the labyrinthine corridors with a newfound urgency, his moon moth slippers carrying him with unnerving silence towards his lavishly appointed, yet strangely abandoned, workshop body. He found Pip and Giles exactly as he had left them, or rather, as he had imagined them. Pip, serene and utterly still, his hand hovering over a crucible of bubbling twilight vine essence. Giles, head resting on a sack of desert bloom, a faint, contented snore escaping his lips. The workshop, once a sanctuary of mundane experiments, now felt like a mausoleum of unintended consequences, its quiet humming furnaces the only sign of persistent, oblivious life. Alistair ignored them, his gaze sweeping over the shelves, frantically searching for his old, leather-bound journal, the one filled with meticulous if dull notes from before his rise to accidental fame. The new, triumphant journal, filled with brief, arrogant summaries of royal endorsements, lay open on his main workbench, but that was useless. He needed the raw data, the precise details of that fateful night, the haphazard concoction that had given birth to Finch's finest. He remembered scribbling down the components, the exact, careless quantities. He rummaged through piles of new, expensive glassware, past stacks of refined reagents, until, finally, beneath a forgotten pile of samples from a particularly uninteresting mineral deposit, he found it. His old journal, its cover faded, its pages brittle. He pulled it out, blowing off a century of dust, and flipped frantically through the pages until he found the entry for experiment 37. Unexpectedly fine, ineffectual powder. His eyes scanned his own cramped, familiar handwriting. Attempted polish. Result: a very fine, useless powder. Exhibits mild iridescence. Further investigation unlikely to yield useful results. 245. And then, the key components. Desert bloom, pulverized, approx. 1 spoonful, mixed with essence of twilight vine, generous quantity. Mistaken for universal solvent, mark Tersticket. He frowned, rereading the entry. The desert bloom. He remembered the wandering peddler, years ago, on a particularly dull market day. The peddler, a gaunt man with eyes like polished pebbles, had described the desert bloom as a flower, blossoming only under extraordinary celestial alignments, promising it had untold, if unspecified, alchemical potential. Alistair, bored and easily swayed by even the mildest eccentricity, had purchased it without further inquiry. He had dismissed its vague origins, never bothering to verify the peddler's fantastical claims. Now, a cold dread began to seep into his bones, a feeling far more profound than the familiar chill of the dungeon. He pulled a small, stopper jar from a high shelf, labeled Desert Bloom. It was a coarse, sandy dust, the color of dried earth, with a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer that seemed to catch the light in a ghostly fashion. He poured a small amount onto a piece of clean parchment, examining it under the stronger light of his most powerful magnifying glass, one he had acquired recently, but rarely used for anything other than observing the intricate patterns in moth wings. Under magnification, the dust was not uniform. It contained tiny, almost crystalline structures, and, more disturbingly, minute, dried fragments that looked unmistakably like the gills of a fungus, or perhaps the decaying remnants of a fruiting body. This was no flower. This was a mushroom. His heart began to pound with a frantic, unfamiliar rhythm. A flower, blossoming under celestial alignments, was a tale. A mushroom, especially one from a desert, could be something far more potent, far more insidious. He frantically pulled out dusty, neglected tomes from his shelves, works on obscure botanicals, forgotten fungi, and the more esoteric, less reputable branches of alchemical lore he had once dismissed as mere superstition. He found himself turning to a particularly old, crumbling treatise, the Catalogue of Unwitting Poisons and Peculiar Somnolence, a book he had purchased years ago for its entertaining anecdotes about accidental poisonings, never for serious study. He thumbed through its brittle pages, his eyes scanning for terms like desert, bloom, shimmer, sleep, amnesia, and then he found it. A faded hand-drawn illustration, crude yet unmistakably accurate, of a squat, luminous mushroom. Beneath it a block of dense crab text, obscured by faded ink and the passage of time. The title of the entry, scrawled in an ancient hand, read, Fungus somniferum stellanskellans, or the starlit slumber shroom. The description that followed sent a chill through Alistair that had nothing to do with the dampness of his dungeon cell or the cold stone of his workshop. This rare, desert-dwelling fungus, the text explained, thrived in arid climates, its spores dispersed by high winds, glowing faintly like dust motes under specific atmospheric conditions. Hence its common misnomer as a starlit bloom. Its primary property, when ingested in small, diluted quantities, was to induce a profound, dreamless sleep, a perfect oblivion. The text went on to describe how, in larger or prolonged doses, it was known to subtly, yet irrevocably, erode the long-term memory. It did not erase traumatic events, the treatise cautioned, but rather the mundane details of everyday life, the names of acquaintances, the sequence of events, the very fabric of linear time. It left the mind receptive to simple, repetitive thoughts, a kind of placid emptiness that could be easily filled by a singular, persistent idea, often nonsensical. The ancient alchemist who had penned the treatise, a man named Master Elara, had described witnessing a small community who had, through accidental consumption of a contaminated water source containing the mushroom, become obsessed with the precise dimensions of various pebbles, their minds emptied of all but this singular, harmless pursuit. Alistair's hand, holding the crumbling book, began to tremble. Pebbles, pebbles, turnips. The connection struck him with the force of a physical blow. The king's erratic memory, the Duke of Stonemore's rhyming couplets, the Countess of Willowben's obsession with spheres, Pip's serene detachment, Giles's profound slowness. These were not mere peculiarities of a rested mind. They were the insidious, long-term, memory-erasing effects of the starlit slumber shroom. His accidental invention, Finch's finest, was not merely a sleeping powder. It was a slow, subtle poison, systematically stripping away the very essence of personality, replacing it with placid, single-minded obsessions. He, Alistair Finch, had not only put a kingdom to sleep, He had, unwittingly, begun to erase its history, one memory at a time. The twilight vine essence, he now realized, was merely a solvent that allowed the fungal spores to be effectively absorbed and disseminated. It had activated the true, terrifying potential of the mushroom. A wave of nausea washed over him, a sensation entirely foreign to his powder-dulled senses. He looked at his own hands. The hands that had so carelessly mixed the ingredients, the hands that had dispensed the doses, the hands that had themselves partaken so liberally of the very substance, now revealed as a cognitive annihilator. His own memory lapses, the blurring of days, the difficulty in recalling recent events, the profound sense of detachment that had settled upon him, it was not simply the side effect of deep sleep. It was the starlit slumber shroom, slowly, inexorably, working its insidious magic on his own mind. He, the architect of this waking nightmare, was also its most dedicated victim. The irony was so immense, so profoundly cruel, that it almost choked him. He had sought oblivion from boredom, and he had found it, not in refreshing sleep, but in the slow, systematic erasure of his own past, his own self. He remembered the wandering peddler, his unsettlingly knowing eyes. Had he known? Had he, in some long-forgotten, arcane corner of his mind, recognized the true nature of his desert bloom and simply passed it off to a gullible alchemist, knowing the chaos it might sow? Or was he, too, a mere purveyor of accidental disaster, oblivious to the insidious power of his wares? The thought was fleeting, quickly replaced by the overwhelming, crushing weight of his discovery. His kingdom was not just asleep, it was forgetting itself. Its collective memory was eroding, replaced by the mundane, the absurd, the repetitive. The king, the nobles, the guards, the servants, the villagers, all were slowly being transformed into docile, forgetful automatons, their minds filled with the mundane dreams of turnips or pebbles or perfectly round white spheres, their pasts dissolving like mist. The shimmering powder, once his greatest triumph, now seemed to mock him, its ethereal beauty hiding a terrifying truth. He was not a genius. He was a fool, a purveyor of collective amnesia. And the worst of it was, he knew, with a chilling certainty, that it was likely too late. The powder was everywhere, consumed by thousands, deeply embedded in the very fabric of the kingdom's daily life. How could one reverse a widespread, pervasive erosion of memory? How could one awaken a kingdom that was not merely asleep, but was subtly, irrevocably, forgetting how to be awake, how to be itself? The problem was no longer merely a cure for insomnia. It was a matter of collective consciousness, of a slow societal unraveling. Alistair Finch, the bored alchemist, had accidentally invented not just a sleeping powder, but a peculiar form of temporal erasure, and in doing so had unwittingly signed the death warrant for the kingdom's very history. The profound silence of his workshop, punctuated only by the soft, steady snores of Pip and Giles, felt heavier now, pregnant with the terrifying weight of his accidental knowledge. He was the only one truly awake, and the terrible clarity of his awakening revealed a disaster far more profound than he could have ever imagined. Chapter 13. The Forgotten Alchemist. The chilling clarity that had momentarily pierced Alistair Finch's powder-induced haze, brought on by the horrifying realization of the starlit slumber shroom's true nature, was a fleeting, uncomfortable guest. He stood amidst the quiet, somnolent machinery of his workshop. The soft snores of Pip and Giles, a background drone to the unsettling truth he had uncovered. His Finch's finest, his miraculous cure for sleeplessness, was not a gift of rest, but a slow, insidious erosion of the mind, leaving behind only the most rudimentary, often absurd, fragments of consciousness. The knowledge or terrifying moment made him feel acutely, painfully awake, a solitary sentient being in a kingdom of gently fading minds. Yet, even this sharp clarity was fragile, a temporary reprieve from the powder's relentless embrace. He knew with a sinking certainty that his own long-term use had already begun to take its toll, subtly chipping away at the edifice of his own memory. He considered, for a brief, frantic moment, what could be done. A warning? To whom? The king was now likely lost in a regally induced stupor, periodically waking to accuse unseen enemies, or contemplate the precise number of threads in his bed hangings. The court was a collection of somnambulistic automatons, swaying gently through their gilded lives. The villagers were drifting through their days, their minds filled with the earthy comfort of imagined turnips. And the guards, his former jailers, were now equally lost to the pervasive, quiet pull of the powder. There was no one to warn, no one to awaken, no one to even truly understand the gravity of the situation. The kingdom was not merely asleep, it was forgetting how to be itself. Days, or what Alistair vaguely perceived as days, began to blur into an indistinguishable continuum of muted light and pervasive quiet. He would wake, sometimes in his workshop, sometimes back in his cell. The dungeon door remained unbarred, a silent testament to the guard's ongoing repose. Feeling a disorienting sense of having been somewhere else, nowhere distinct, he tried to cling to his memories, to the horrifying realization of the mushroom's effects. But even that knowledge felt slippery, a concept he had to grasp anew each time he surfaced from his deep, powder-induced slumber. He consulted his journal, the old, leather-bound one with the crucial entry for experiment 37, hoping to anchor himself to the truth. But sometimes, when he looked at his own cramped handwriting, it seemed alien, a relic from a distant, unfamiliar past. The sheer act of remembering became an effort, a tiresome chore in a world increasingly devoid of any demanding tasks. The peculiar effects of the powder continued to worsen throughout the kingdom, subtle at first, then increasingly pronounced and unsettling. Lord Bartholomew Catherall, once a man consumed by the proper curvature of his topiary, now spent his waking hours meticulously arranging pebbles by size and color in the sprawling manicured gardens, murmuring such perfect smoothness, a symphony of gray. He no longer remembered Alistair as his personal alchemist. When Alistair, in a brief moment of lucidity, approached him in the garden, Lord Catherall merely blinked slowly, a placid, uncomprehending gaze. "You have a rather interesting shade of waistcoat, my good man," he'd murmured, his voice gentle and devoid of his former aristocratic pronouncements. "A lovely shade of dusty green." His memory of Alistair, and indeed of his own title, had vanished, erased by the simple, enduring beauty of small, polished stones. The Duke of Stonemore, whose rhyming couplets had once been merely an amusing eccentricity, now spoke exclusively in nonsensical four-line verses, often repeating the same verse for minutes on end, regardless of the conversation or indeed the presence of a conversation. "The sun doth rise, the sky so blue, and little birds do sing anew. A gentle breeze, a morning dew, and what precisely do I do?" he would intone, his eyes wide and unseeing, before often drifting off mid-verse. When Alistair encountered him in the palace library, the Duke simply looked at him blankly. "Are you a particularly vivid stanza I have yet to compose?" he inquired, his voice a soft, poetic drone. Alistair, attempting to remind him of their past interactions, found the Duke's gaze simply sliding off him, unburdened by recollection. The Duke, it seemed, had forgotten not only Alistair's identity, but also the concept of prose itself. Even King Theron, the instigator of Alistair's mock trial, began to exhibit more profound signs of the powder's long-term effects. His moments of paranoid wakefulness became rarer, replaced by prolonged periods of serene, almost childlike contentment. His anxieties about the Grolash hordes had faded entirely. He now spent his days meticulously polishing the gold trim on his royal robes, counting each stitch, murmuring about the satisfying sheen of perfectly burnished thread. When Alistair, now merely a wandering, familiar-looking figure in the palace, approached the king's throne room, the monarch looked up, a beatific smile on his face. "Ah, a fellow connoisseur of fine gold work," the king exclaimed, his voice soft and unburdened by command. "Do you find the intricate weaving of the thread to be as utterly captivating as I do? One stitch, then another, then another. A most profound pattern." He remembered neither Alistair's name, nor his former accusations, the concept of treason, or even the memory of a trial, utterly erased by the calming simplicity of metallic embroidery. The palace itself, once a stage for grand pronouncements and simmering intrigues, now operated on a system of quiet, dreamlike automatism. Servants moved with languid grace, performing their tasks by rote, their eyes vacant, their lips occasionally parting to murmur forgotten instructions or single, repetitive words often related to their simple obsessions. The royal kitchens, once a cacophony of clattering pots and shouting cooks, now echoed with the gentle hum of activity, punctuated by the soft, rhythmic sighs of dozing scullery maids. Meals were prepared by cooks who, while perfectly executing recipes by muscle memory, often forgot the names of the dishes, referring to them as the warm, mushy thing, or the crunchy green bits. The royal treasury, once a place of rigorous accounting, was now overseen by clerks who painstakingly sorted coins into piles based on their precise weight, never bothering to count their actual value, their faces alight with the simple joy of perfect categorization. All memory of the specific values or the purpose of the treasury had long since dissipated. Alistair found himself wandering through this peculiar, somnolent kingdom, an increasingly lonely and disoriented observer. He would approach his former clients, the nobles who had once showered him with gold and effusive praise, hoping to elicit some flicker of recognition, some remnant of their former selves. "Your Grace, it is I, Alistair Finch, the Alchemist," he would declare, his voice a little more desperate each time. The Duke of Stonemore would merely respond with another nonsensical couplet. The Dowager Duchess of Ashworth, who now insisted all palace decor be perfectly symmetrical, would simply tilt her head, studying his face as if he were an interesting, yet ultimately unremarkable, piece of furniture that required slight adjustment. "Are you quite balanced, my dear?" she would inquire, a faint, almost pitying look in her serene eyes. "Your left ear seems slightly higher than your right. It disturbs the harmony of the room." The realization began to dawn on Alistair, slowly, painfully, that he himself was not immune. His own memory was becoming increasingly fragmented, a mosaic with missing pieces. He would stand in his workshop, amidst the familiar bubbling beakers and the gentle snores of Pip and Giles, who continued their slow-motion production, blissfully unaware of the profound cognitive damage they were inflicting, and find himself pausing, looking at his own hands and wondering, for a terrifying moment, what it was they were supposed to be doing. He would gaze at his magnificent, entirely unnecessary, polished brass telescopes, purchased with the vast sums of gold he had accumulated, and struggle to recall their purpose. Were they for viewing the stars? Or perhaps for stirring particularly large cauldrons? The practical application seemed to have slipped away. His personal journal, the one he had hoped would be his anchor, became less a record of his past and more a mirror of his accelerating decay. His notes became disjointed, repetitions of earlier entries, or entirely new, nonsensical observations. Saw a particularly blue dust mote today. Or was it yesterday? The dust motes are very reliable. Unlike. He would stare at the unfinished sentence, the forgotten thought hovering just beyond his reach, a phantom limb of his own mind. He would try to recall the names of his assistants, Pip and Giles, but found their faces blurring, their names replaced by a vague sense of the tall one and the shorter one. The worst part was the growing unreliability of his own reflection. He would pass a polished mirror in the palace, or catch his own image in the still surface of a mercury-filled retort, and for a moment, the face staring back would seem utterly alien. The weary eyes, the smudged robes, the perpetual air of mild bewilderment. It was a familiar visage, yet the name attached to it, Alistair Finch, felt increasingly tenuous, a word whispered by someone else, someone distant. He knew he was the alchemist, the man who had made the powder. But Shami was that man? What had he done before? What had he dreamt of? The memories were like grains of sand, slipping through his fingers, leaving only a dull, placid emptiness behind. He began to wander further afield, out of the palace, through the now perpetually hushed streets of the town. The villagers, once consumed by turnips, had now moved on to other singular, repetitive obsessions. A cluster of men stood in the market square, gently smoothing the surfaces of bricks, their eyes fixed on the precise texture of the rough stone. So smooth, always smoother, they murmured, their voices a soft, contented drone. The seamstress was now meticulously counting the threads in her own dress, one by one, over and over. The baker was sorting flour into piles of increasingly precise weight, giggling softly to himself. The town, like the court, had become a realm of placid, forgetful automatons, their lives reduced to simple, repetitive actions, their pasts erased, their futures unconsidered. And no one, absolutely no one, recognized him. He was merely another figure in their somnambulistic landscape, an unmemorable, unremarkable presence. He was the most successful alchemist in the kingdom, the bringer of universal sleep, the architect of their profound forgetfulness. And yet, he was utterly, completely forgotten. The irony was no longer even amusing. It was simply a cold, quiet truth. His vast fortune sat untouched in the palace vaults, a meaningless accumulation of shining metal. His magnificent workshop continued its slow, quiet production, creating more of the powder that relentlessly eroded memory, feeding the very oblivion that consumed the kingdom. Alistair Finch, the man who had once been plagued by insomnia, now existed in a perpetual state of half-memory, his days a cycle of awakening to partial awareness, followed by a slow, inevitable descent back into the profound, dreamless void. He had sought escape from boredom, and he had found it, not in activity, but in the ultimate cessation of consciousness, a slow, gentle erasure of himself. The very fabric of his being was unraveling, thread by thread, pulled apart by the shimmering powder he had so carelessly created. He was becoming less Alistair Finch, and more the one who wanders, an empty vessel, a ghost in a kingdom of ghosts, his own identity dissolving like mist in the morning sun. The kingdom was not just sleeping, it was dreaming, endlessly, monotonously. And in its dreams, it was forgetting everything, including the very alchemist who had put it to sleep. And as the last fragments of his own memory began to slip away, Alistair felt a final, fleeting sense of profound, unsettling peace, as if the burden of his past and the horrifying truth of his present was finally lifting, leaving him utterly blissfully empty. Chapter 14. A Kingdom in Eternal Slumber. The fading, fragmented clarity Alistair Finch had momentarily grasped, the horrifying revelation of the starlit slumber shroom's insidious power, was now little more than a whisper in the echoing chambers of his increasingly vacant mind. He wandered through the royal palace, a silent, half-remembered ghost in a labyrinth of gilded, dreaming automatons. The workshop, with its softly humming furnaces and the gentle, perpetual snores of Pip and Giles, continued its production. A factory of oblivion churning out the fine, shimmering dust that erased not merely sleep, but thought, memory, and the very concept of purpose. Alistair, himself a prime example of its prolonged influence, moved with a languid grace, his once sharp mind now a placid pond, occasionally rippled by a fleeting, unidentifiable sensation, a whisper of a forgotten name, or the shadow of a vanished fear. He was free from his cell, yet more imprisoned than ever, trapped in a waking dream, from which there was no true escape, only a deeper descent into the quiet absurdity of a world lost to his accidental brilliance. The kingdom, once a vibrant tapestry of commerce, intrigue, and the usual human clamor, had settled into an eerie, profound quiet. The bustling market square, where Alistair had first witnessed the collective fascination with turnips, was now a tableau of repetitive, meaningless motion. The baker still kneaded invisible dough, his hands moving with the phantom weight of flour, his lips murmuring the rising warmth, the gentle swell, 1,000 loaves, a fragrant spell. But no actual bread was baked. The ovens, cold and dark, accumulated dust. The merchant still rearranged his invisible apples, his face serene, his eyes fixed on some inner crystalline perfection. No sales were made, no coins exchanged. The roads, once crisscrossed by merchants and travelers, were now largely empty, or traversed by individuals moving with a slow, deliberate aimlessness, their eyes open but unseeing, their destinations dictated by the fleeting whims of their subconscious. The sounds of industry, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the shouts of carters, the incessant chatter of trade, had all faded, replaced by the soft shuffle of feet, the rustle of clothes, and the pervasive, indistinct murmur of 1,000 minds lost in their own private, often nonsensical dreams. In the palace the effects were even more pronounced, more unsettling in their stark contrast to the former opulence. The grand halls, once echoing with the commands of nobles and the hurried footsteps of servants, were now silent, save for the whisper of silk as a duchess drifted by, arranging imaginary pearls on her collar, her eyes fixed on some distant spherical perfection. Lord Bartholomew Cathero could be found in his topiary gardens, no longer meticulously pruning hedges, but now gently stroking the leaves of a particularly dense shrub, his fingers tracing the faint veins, murmuring, "Such intricate patterns, 1,000 tiny paths to nowhere." He seemed entirely content, his former anxieties about taxes and drapes replaced by the endless fascination of botanical minutiae. The Duke of Stonemore, Alistair sometimes saw him, sitting in the vast library, his eyes fixed on an unopened book, his lips forming silent, perfectly rhyming couplets about the precise number of dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. The Queen, once a woman of fierce intellect, now spent her days meticulously smoothing the wrinkles from phantom gowns, her brow furrowed in serene concentration, her movements precise and endlessly repetitive. King Theron, the very monarch who had accused Alistair of treason, was perhaps the most poignant example of the powder's irreversible influence. He no longer issued commands, no longer worried about Grolash hordes or the intricacies of royal etiquette. He sat on his throne, his crown askew, his robes rumpled, and spent his waking hours meticulously sorting jewels by color and size in a velvet pouch, dropping them into piles with soft clinking sounds. Red, then blue, then green. Such delightful order, a kingdom of glistening pebbles, he would murmur, a beatific smile on his face, his gaze utterly vacant. His former paranoia, his fits of rage, his very identity as a ruler had dissolved into the placid, all-consuming joy of simple categorization. Sometimes, Alistair would find him gently stroking the cold stone of his throne, convinced it was a particularly large, comforting boulder. The concept of time had utterly collapsed for the populace. There was no yesterday or tomorrow, only a perpetual now, filled with the undemanding routine of their dreamlike existences. They performed their jobs by muscle memory, their hands moving with practiced efficiency. But their minds were miles away, drifting in a haze of internal images. Food was prepared, but often left uneaten, forgotten mid-bite. Conversations, once started, invariably dissolved into a series of detached murmurs or sudden, polite collapses into slumber. Children, born into this new reality, would mimic their parents' somnambulistic actions, their innocent faces serene, their first words often a soft, repetitive phrase relating to whatever singular obsession had taken hold in their nascent minds. The kingdom was no longer progressing, it was merely existing, a vast, silent tableau of suspended animation, perpetually caught between the mundane tasks of life and the profound, dream-laden void. Alistair, himself caught in this same inescapable current, found his own memories growing more ethereal, more elusive. He would observe the effects of his powder on others, and a faint echo of the horror he had once felt would resurface, a fleeting shadow across the placid surface of his mind. But the details, the precise timeline of his accidental discovery, the identity of the wandering peddler, even the specific nature of his own initial insomnia, would slip away before he could truly grasp them. He would walk past a mirror, and the face reflected back would be familiar yet nameless. The one who walks, he sometimes thought, a vague, impersonal label for the figure in the glass. His own former aspirations, his meticulous notes on dust motes and squeaky floorboard, were now utterly meaningless, replaced by the simple, immediate task of putting one slippered foot in front of the other. The land itself began to reflect a quiet decay. Fields lay untended, or tended by farmers who meticulously sowed imaginary seeds into barren soil, their faces serene. Roads grew overgrown with weeds, traversed only by the occasional wandering mind, or the rare, truly awake forest creature. The royal guard, now more a collection of armored, snoring statues, offered no protection. The gates of the palace stood ajar, unguarded. Trade routes ceased, as merchants simply drifted off in their carts, their wares left to rot or be picked clean by birds and small animals. The kingdom was not being conquered. It was simply ceasing to be, fading into a silent, dream-like stasis, its people forever trapped in the delicate balance between wakefulness and dreams. Their consciousness eroded to a point of no return. The irreversibility was the most chilling aspect, a truth Alistair now understood in fleeting, painful flashes of lucidity. There was no antidote, no awakening potion. The starlit slumber shroom, in its long-term, widespread application, had permanently altered the very architecture of the mind, stripping away the layers of memory and complex thought, leaving only the bedrock of simple, repetitive obsessions. The people were not merely sleeping, they were fundamentally changed. Their identities dissolved, their pasts gone. They were living, breathing monuments to the profound, terrifying power of accidental oversight. Alistair would sometimes wander back to his old workshop, his initial refuge from boredom, now a monument to his unintended catastrophe. Pip and Giles would still be there, their movements slow and dreamlike, endlessly grinding the desert bloom and distilling the twilight vine essence, oblivious to the fact that their product was now a cognitive annihilator. Alistair would observe them, and for a moment, a faint, unbidden thought would surface. What a profound, monumental waste of time, of energy, of minds. The silence of the workshop, once so comforting, now seemed to hum with the low frequency of an unbearable, pervasive emptiness. The sun continued to rise and set, The moon waxed and waned, and the seasons turned, but the kingdom remained in its peculiar state of eternal slumber. The quiet was almost absolute, broken only by the gentle murmurs of forgotten dreams, the soft scuff of a sleepwalker's foot, or the faint, almost imperceptible whisper of the wind through the tall, unintended grasses that now grew everywhere. It was a peace unlike any other, a peace born of profound absence, a kingdom transformed into a living, breathing testament to the ultimate, ironic consequence of a bored alchemist's accidental invention. And Alistair Finch, the man who had brought this peace, was now merely another part of its quiet, forgotten landscape, his own memory dissolving into the same tranquil, dream-laden oblivion he had so carelessly inflicted upon his world. Chapter 15. The Last Awake Man. Alistair Finch, or what remained of the alchemist who had once meticulously catalogued dust motes, now drifted through the hushed, unseeing landscape of his accidental creation. His memories, once fleeting and elusive, were now barely ripples on the placid surface of his mind, fragments of sensations rather than concrete recollections. He moved with the gentle aimlessness of the rest of the kingdom, a walking, breathing testament to the profound, irreversible influence of the starlit slumber shroom. His workshop, the palace, the town, all were now a seamless tapestry of quiet, dream-laden existence, populated by figures lost in their own repetitive reveries. The sounds of their daily lives, once vibrant and purposeful, had diminished to a soft rustle of clothing, the gentle scrape of a foot, the endless, murmuring chant of their singular shared obsessions. The silence, profound and pervasive, was broken only by these soft ambient noises, like the breathing of a colossal, dreaming beast. Yet, amidst this vast somnolent tranquility, there remained one anomaly, a singular point of resistance against the tide of oblivion. Master Thomas Quill, the king's former chronicler, a man whose existence had once been defined by the meticulous transcription of royal decrees and the diligent tracking of courtly minutiae, found himself agonizingly, perpetually awake. Master Quill, a wiry man with spectacles perched precariously on his nose and fingers perpetually stained with ink, was, by some unfathomable twist of fate, immune to the powder. Perhaps it was his diet, consisting almost entirely of stale bread and diluted vinegar. Or perhaps it was the sheer stubbornness of a mind honed by decades of painstaking accuracy, a mind that refused to be lulled into pleasant, turnip-infused oblivion. He had witnessed the slow, insidious collapse, from the initial polite yawns to the collective descent into somnambulistic rituals, and he had, with a desperate sense of purpose, appointed himself the last chronicler of a forgetting world. His days were a stark contrast to the dreamlike existence around him. He woke with the sun, his mind sharp and clear, to a world that was steadily, gently, dissolving. He would navigate the palace corridors, stepping carefully over slumbering guards and elegantly draped nobles, his quill and parchment clutched firmly in his hand. His task, self-imposed and utterly thankless, was to document. He wrote tirelessly, his hand aching, filling page after page of his large, leather-bound journal with observations, warnings, and increasingly desperate pleas. He chronicled the subtle shifts in the king's demeanor, from paranoid agitation to serene focus on polished threads. He noted the precise day the Grand Vizier began to arrange invisible pebbles with meticulous care. Abandoning all matters of state, he recorded the changing fixations of the villagers, from turnips to bricks, then to the precise number of grains in a handful of dust. He was a lone, frantic island of consciousness in an ocean of placid oblivion. The mundane challenges of daily life, once handled by an army of alert servants, now fell to him. He learned to forage for food in the royal kitchens, carefully selecting items that had not been left to rot by distracted cooks. He fetched water from the well, navigating the slow, drifting figures of villagers who would offer him a serene, undying smile as they continued their phantom tasks. He mended his own clothes, learned to sharpen his quills with a small, precise knife, and even, on occasion, managed to light a fire in the abandoned kitchens, a rare source of warmth in the quiet, damp palace. His greatest challenge, however, was the profound, suffocating loneliness. There was no one to speak to, no one to share a joke with, no one to discuss the weather, or the strange new silence that had fallen over the land. He spoke aloud sometimes, just to hear the sound of his own voice, the familiar rasp a tether to his own sanity. He saw Alistair Finch often. The alchemist, once the most celebrated figure in the kingdom, now moved through the palace with the same unhurried, directionless grace as everyone else. Alistair's robes, once custom-tailored, were now stained and slightly threadbare, his moon-moth slippers worn through. He would sometimes pause in Master Quill's peripheral vision, gaze blankly at the busy scribe for a moment, then drift away, his lips occasionally parting to murmur something incomprehensible about the blue dust motes, or the very reliable quiet. Master Quill would feel a pang of something akin to pity, tinged with a bitter irony. He remembered the arrogant, slightly pompous figure Alistair had become, dismissing the powder's side effects as harmless quirks. Now, Alistair himself was merely another quirk, a forgotten architect of a forgotten world. Master Quill had tried once to communicate with Alistair. He had approached him in the deserted royal library, where Alistair was meticulously arranging scrolls by the texture of their parchment, completely ignoring their contents. "Sir Alistair," Master Quill had said, his voice unusually loud in the echoing hall, "do you remember the starlit slumber shroom? The memory-erasing effects?" Alistair had merely looked up, a placid, uncomprehending gaze in his eyes. "A pleasing roughness," Ed murmured, stroking a particularly coarse scroll, a delightful contrast to the silky smoothness of this one. "Do you find such tactile distinctions equally compelling, my good fellow?" There was no recognition, no flicker of understanding. Alistair Finch, the once bored alchemist, was now too deeply immersed in his own creation side effects to even remember the very calamity he had wrought. He was a monument to his own accidental genius, a walking, breathing irony. Master Quill sighed, a sound swallowed by the vast, quiet hall, and returned to his journal, his hand aching, documenting the precise moment of Alistair's complete descent into forgottenness. The kingdom outside the palace walls mirrored the internal decay. Buildings stood abandoned, their roofs sagging, their windows like vacant eyes. Gardens grew wild, their once meticulously pruned hedges sprawling into unruly masses. The few working farms were tended by somnambulant farmers who would meticulously plow furrows, sow invisible seeds, and harvest phantom crops, their movements precise yet utterly unproductive. Animals once cared for now wandered freely, growing lean and wary. Flocks of sheep, unherded, grazed silently in overgrown meadows, their wool growing long and matted. The very air seemed to thicken with disuse, gathering dust and the subtle, sweet scent of the forgotten powder, now diffused throughout the land. The occasional sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl seemed amplified in the profound human silence, lending the world an eerie, almost primeval quality. Master Quill continued his lonely vigil, his journal a solitary act of defiance against the pervasive forgetting. He wrote about the king, who now spent his days contentedly sorting pebbles from the palace courtyard, oblivious to the fact that his kingdom was crumbling around him. He wrote about the dwindling supplies, the cold hearths, the general absence of any meaningful governance. He wrote about the quiet dignity of the dozing masses, who, despite their profound amnesia, still moved with a curious inherent grace, lost in their own peaceful, if pointless, dreamscapes. He documented the way sunlight fell through the grimy windows of the grand hall, illuminating dust motes that danced in the stillness, undisturbed by human breath or movement. The dust motes, he thought, were perhaps the only truly awake things left, tiny, indifferent witnesses to the great sleepwalking of humanity. He knew his words might never be read. The very concept of reading, of history, of coherent narrative, was slowly being erased from the collective consciousness. The scribes who might have copied his work were themselves lost in placid slumber, their quills lying idle, their inkwells dry. The scholars who might have interpreted his accounts were now focused on the intricate patterns of cobwebs, murmuring about the exquisite symmetry of silk. The future, for this kingdom, seemed to be nothing but an endless, quiet present, a perpetual loop of gentle somnambulism. Yet, he continued to write. It was the only thing that kept him tethered to himself, the only defense against the creeping emptiness he saw reflected in every glazed eye. His words were a desperate whisper into a void, a flickering flame against an encroaching darkness of profound forgetfulness. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the moon cast long, ghostly shadows across the silent palace, Master Quill would pause, his quill hovering over the parchment. He would listen to the profound, almost aching quiet, punctuated only by the drip of water, the distant, soft snore, or the faint, almost imperceptible rustle of Alistair Finch wandering aimlessly in the adjacent corridor. He would wonder, with a dry, introspective humor that only a truly lonely, truly awake mind could possess, if this was what the alchemist had always secretly desired, a world so utterly quiet, so entirely devoid of the annoying clamor of wakefulness, that even the perpetual hum of his own insomnia would find solace in its absolute, unending silence. And then, with a sigh that carried the weight of a forgotten world, Master Quill would dip his quill back into the ink and continue to write, documenting the slow, quiet surrender of a kingdom, one carefully observed detail at a time, wondering if, somewhere, someday, someone would awaken enough to truly understand the devastating peace he chronicled. Chapter 16. The Alchemist's Final Experiment. The profound, pervasive quiet of the kingdom, broken only by the soft murmurs of forgotten dreams and the gentle scuff of unseeing feet, had finally begun to weigh upon Alistair Finch. His own mind, a placid pool constantly stirred by the lingering influence of the starlit slumber shroom, occasionally rippled with an uncomfortable clarity, a fleeting echo of the horror he had once felt upon discovering the powder's true, insidious nature. He would catch a glimpse of the perpetually sorting king, his fingers deftly arranging pebbles, as if they held the secrets of the cosmos. Or he would see the Duke of Stonemore reciting endless nonsensical couplets to an empty hall, and a faint, almost unbearable pang of something akin to guilt would flicker within him. It was a sensation he struggled to name, a shadow of responsibility he could not quite grasp. But it was enough. Enough to stir a long-dormant impulse, a spark of the old alchemical drive, transmuted now from boredom to a desperate, muddled purpose. He, Alistair Finch, the inadvertent architect of this gentle, all-consuming oblivion, would attempt to reverse it. He would concoct an antidote, a waking potion, a counter-spell to the pervasive sleep he had so carelessly unleashed. The idea, once conceived, became a singular, insistent thought, cutting through the haze of his own forgetfulness like a dull, persistent knife. He vaguely recalled the terror of the memory-erasing effects, the horrifying spectacle of the turnip-obsessed villagers. This was not the peace he had sought. This was a deeper, more profound misery. And he, Alistair, despite his compromised mind, felt a nascent, almost primal urge to fix it. He made his way back to his workshop, navigating the quiet, familiar corridors of the palace, stepping over a stable boy meticulously brushing imaginary dust from his own hair, and past a kitchen maid who was solemnly sorting pieces of lint into piles of differing fluffiness. The workshop itself was a testament to his earlier misguided success. Pip and Giles, his two assistants, were still there, moving with the languid grace of deeply sedated dancers, grinding desert bloom into powder and meticulously distilling twilight vine essence. Their faces were serene, their eyes wide and unseeing, occasionally murmuring something about the perfect consistency of a sifted spore or the delightful shimmer of a freshly collected droplet. Alistair observed them for a moment, a strange blend of exasperation and abstract pity churning within him. They were both perfect examples of his powder's pervasive triumph. They were also utterly useless for his new, desperate endeavor. He began to search, not with his former precision, but with a frantic, almost instinctual energy. His hands moved over familiar shelves, pulling down stoppered bottles and dusty jars, his mind straining to recall long-forgotten properties, obscure reactions, the delicate balance of alchemical counterpoints. He was looking for something to awaken, to stir, to jolt the mind back into true consciousness. His original journal, the one detailing the starlit slumber shroom, lay open on his workbench. But its intricate details were like hieroglyphs to his fading memory. He could recognize the words, but their deeper meaning, their horrific implications, constantly slipped just beyond his grasp, leaving only a vague sense of urgency. He remembered activating the mushroom's properties with the twilight vine essence. So, perhaps, he reasoned in his muddled state, a different activating agent, one that encouraged wakefulness rather than slumber. He pulled down jars of potent, bitter herbs he had once used for invigorating tonics, mostly for himself, to combat his original insomnia, with limited success. There was the bright red sun petal root, reputed to quicken the blood. He found a phial of dragon's breath extract, a volatile, fiery liquid distilled from a rare mountain plant, previously only used in very small quantities to clean particularly stubborn stains from copper. He even unstoppered a jar of awakening dew, a greenish, pungent fluid he had once tried to brew in an attempt to make his pet salamander more alert. The salamander had merely developed an unfortunate tendency to vibrate uncontrollably. He remembered thinking distantly that these ingredients were meant to awaken. If the starlit slumber shroom caused sleep, then these, surely, would cause wakefulness. The logic, in his compromised mind, was impeccable. He began to mix, with a reckless abandon that would have horrified his former, meticulous self. He poured a generous quantity of the ground sun petal root into a large, bubbling cauldron, its reddish hue staining the water. Then, with a flourish, he added almost an entire phial of the dragon's breath extract, the liquid hissing and spitting as it met the water, emitting a sharp, acrid smoke that made even the serenely oblivious Pip cough gently in his sleepwalk. He then added a copious amount of the awakening dew, its greenish tint battling with the red for supremacy in the cauldron, turning the mixture into a swirling, unappealing swamp of murky brown. He stirred it all with a massive, unwieldy wooden paddle, his brow furrowed in concentration, his eyes fixed on the concoction as if willing it to yield the desired result. He added pinches of this, splashes of that, all based on fragmented memories of stimulating properties, ignoring any sense of proportion or scientific rigor. The goal was to counteract sleep, and surely, more stimulating ingredients meant more wakefulness. The mixture in the cauldron began to bubble violently, emitting not the faint, sweet scent of Finch's finest, but a sharp, acrid aroma that stung Alistair's eyes and made his nose itch. It was a smell of raw, untamed energy, of something desperately trying to escape its confines. The cauldron vibrated, and the very air in the workshop seemed to crackle with an unnatural tension. Pip and Giles, normally oblivious, began to twitch, their serene expressions replaced by faint frowns, their snores subtly shifting into agitated grunts. Alistair, too focused to notice, leaned closer, a wild, almost manic light in his own eyes. This was it, the antidote, the great awakening. He needed to test it. He looked around the workshop, his gaze falling upon Bartholomew, his first, unwitting test subject, who had, in the subsequent months of pervasive slumber, become less a particular rat and more a general sleepwalking rodent fixture, often found meticulously sorting individual crumbs from the floor into tiny, fastidious piles. Bartholomew was currently engaged in this precise activity, his tiny paws working with solemn dedication, his eyes wide and unseeing, his whisker twitching only with the faint stir of some internal crumb-related reverie. Alistair, with a sudden decisive movement, dipped the tip of his wooden paddle into the bubbling concoction. Collecting a single shimmering drop of the murky brown liquid, he approached Bartholomew, whose back was turned, entirely oblivious. He lowered the paddle, letting the drop fall directly onto Bartholomew's head. For a moment, nothing happened. The drop merely clung to the rat's fur like an unappealing bead of sweat. Then Bartholomew froze. His tiny body stiffened. His whiskers, which had been gently twitching, suddenly snapped erect, vibrating with alarming speed. His eyes, seconds ago vacant, snapped into sharp, intensely focused points of black. A shudder ran through his small frame, and then, with a high-pitched, almost manic squeak, Bartholomew exploded into frenzied activity. He no longer sorted crumbs. He began to gather them with a terrifying, neurotic intensity, piling them into mountainous heaps, chittering incessantly, his movements a blur of hyperactive energy. He ran in frantic, tiny circles, gathering, piling, chittering, his mind seemingly hyper-focused on the task, but now with a desperate, agitated energy that was far from peaceful. He seemed to be in a state of perpetual frantic panic, utterly unable to stop, unable to rest, consumed by an unbearable, manic alertness that was entirely devoid of any true consciousness or purpose beyond its immediate, frantic action. This was not wakefulness. This was a nightmare of hyperstimulation. Alistair stepped back, a cold dread washing over him, temporarily clearing his own haze. This was worse. Far, far worse. The powder had delivered a quiet, passive oblivion. This new concoction had delivered a frantic, agitated terror. This wasn't merely wakefulness. It was a desperate, unceasing alertness. A total inability to find repose, coupled with the continued fundamental erosion of higher thought. The irony, a sharp, bitter taste in his mouth, was that he had created the exact opposite of what he originally intended, but still with disastrous results. He had sought to cure sleeplessness and ended up creating a kingdom of sleepwalkers. Now, he had created a potion that removed the G option of sleep, turning the somnambulists into frantic, eternally twitching, perpetually active automatons, still obsessed with their singular fixations, but now suffering from an unbearable, inescapable hyper-awareness of their meaningless task. His gaze fell upon Pip and Giles, who were now openly twitching, their hands moving faster, their serene murmurs beginning to rise in pitch, a nascent, agitated quality entering their usually placid snores. Pip began to grind the desert bloom with a manic, almost violent intensity, his pestle slamming into the mortar with alarming force, the shimmering powder flying everywhere, creating tiny, sparkling dust clouds that diffused throughout the workshop. Giles, still polishing his alembic, began to scrub with such ferocious energy that the metal groaned in protest, his eyes wide and unblinking, a faint, high-pitched whimper escaping his lips. They were waking. Yes, but waking into a kind of frantic, memoryless purgatory. Alistair had to stop this. He lunged for the cauldron, intending to knock it over, to douse the vile concoction, to prevent any further damage. But in his haste, his foot slipped on a discarded pile of shimmering powder that Pip had just flung into the air. He stumbled, falling headlong towards the bubbling cauldron, his hands flailing. He remembered the familiar sweet scent of the starlit slumber shroom, the feeling of his own eyes growing heavy, the sudden irresistible pull of oblivion. He remembered Master Quill, the last awake man, feverishly scribbling, his words a desperate, unheard warning. He remembered, for a fleeting, agonizing second, the horror of his discovery, the weight of his monumental error. Then, as he plunged forward, his head striking the rim of the cauldron with a dull thud, the contents of the simmering, acrid waking potion splashed upwards, covering his face, his clothes, every exposed inch of his skin. The liquid, hot and stinging, seeped into his pores, into his eyes, into his mouth. The jolt was instantaneous, agonizingly sharp. His body stiffened, a convulsion of pure, unadulterated energy. His mind, already a fragile construct of fading memories, was suddenly, violently, hyper-stimulated. The placid emptiness that had been his constant companion shattered, replaced by a frantic, dizzying kaleidoscope of disjointed thoughts. 1,000 irrelevant details flashing through his mind at impossible speed. He could no longer string a coherent thought together, merely a rapid-fire succession of images. A blue dust mote, a squeaky floorboard, a turnip, a polished pebble, a piece of old parchment, a flickering lamp, a snoring king, all disconnected, all meaningless, all delivered with a terrifying, unceasing clarity. He lay there, twitching, unable to move, his body consumed by a frantic, internal tremor, his mind trapped in an unbearable, endless loop of hyper-awareness. His eyes, wide and unblinking, stared at the ceiling, seeing everything, comprehending nothing. He was awake, yes, truly, tragically awake, but not in any meaningful sense. He was merely a vessel for frantic, unceasing stimulation, a prisoner in his own agitated mind, unable to find rest, unable to connect, unable to even formulate a coherent thought. His mouth opened, and a long guttural sound escaped, a low, continuous moan that was part chitter, part desperate whimper. It was not a snore. It was the sound of a mind endlessly struggling, unable to find peace, unable to find oblivion. Pip and Giles, now both frantically, maniacally working, their eyes wide and unseeing, continued their accelerated production of the powder and the polishing of the alembics. Oblivious to the twitching, moaning figure on the floor, the workshop hummed with a new, frantic energy, the air thick with the acrid scent of the waking potion and the shimmering dust of the sleeping powder. Two disastrous concoctions now inextricably linked, producing a horrifying duality. Alistair Finch, the bored alchemist, had, in his desperate bid to undo his original mistake, merely compounded it, creating a new, more profound layer of torment. He had traded passive oblivion for agitated chaos, a world of dream-laden sleepwalkers for a world of manic, sleepless automatons. And he, the architect, was now their living, twitching monument, the last, most complete, and most tragically awake victim of his own catastrophic accidental brilliance. The quiet of the kingdom was now punctuated by the ceaseless, agitated sounds of restless, memory-erased beings, forever trapped in a cycle of useless, frantic activity, their minds burned by an unbearable, unending awareness of nothingness. Chapter 17. The Legend of the Sleeping City. Centuries had draped themselves over the kingdom like a shroud of moss and forgotten memories. What was once a vibrant realm, known for its bustling markets and the sharp wit of its courtiers, had long since receded into the whispered annals of travelers' tales. A fable known only as the kingdom of the eternal slumber, or more colloquially, the land of the dreaming walls. Merchants, daring explorers, and even the occasional lost cartographer would recount hushed legends of a place where time had ceased its relentless march, where the very air was thick with unspoken dreams, and where the inhabitants moved with the slow, deliberate grace of submerged statues. No one quite remembered how it began, the origins of this peculiar curse lost to the mists of collective amnesia, a testament to the thoroughness of the pervasive influence. The name Alistair Finch was a mere ghost on the wind, a syllable devoid of meaning, if it was remembered at all. Travelers, drawn by morbid curiosity or sheer navigational error, spoke of a journey through roads overgrown with wild flowers and choked by fallen branches, the faint outlines of ancient carriage tracks barely visible beneath the encroaching wildness. The scent of pine and damp earth mingled strangely with a persistent faint sweetness, an ethereal perfume that clung to the air like old dust, the lingering essence of the starlit slumber shroom. The first sign they were approaching the heart of the legend was not a grand archway or a fortified gate, but a sudden, profound quiet. The chirping of birds seemed to dim, the rustle of leaves grew hushed, and the distant murmur of the wind through the forgotten fields transformed into a sound almost like soft, contented breathing. The former market town, nestled at the foot of the royal palace, was a particularly unsettling spectacle. Buildings stood, their timber frames sagging, their roofs partially collapsed, but within their skeletal remains a peculiar, gentle life persisted. The bakery, its ovens long cold, still contained the spectral figure of the baker, his hands ceaselessly kneading the empty air, his lips parted in a perpetual, silent murmur that seemed to resonate with the warmth of phantom dough. His face, etched with centuries of unchanging repose, held a beatific, unseeing smile. Patches of moss grew on his apron, and a persistent, delicate vine had begun to twine its way around his unmoving arm, incorporating him into the very fabric of the crumbling structure. His dream, an unending cycle of baking, had become a part of the bakery itself. The village square, once a hub of communal life, was now a silent, open expanse. Figures, like ancient, living sculptures, dotted the landscape. A group of men, identifiable as former laborers by the tattered remnants of their workaday clothes, were eternally smoothing the surfaces of large moss-covered bricks that lay scattered about. Their hands moved with slow, deliberate precision, their eyes wide and vacant, fixed on the subtle textures of the rough stone. Smoothness, the perfect grain, endlessly smooth. A voice, low and guttural, would occasionally emerge from the group, a collective, somnolent chant rising and falling with the unseen rhythms of their internal worlds. The bricks themselves, scoured by centuries of phantom smoothing, seemed to glow faintly in the rare sunlight, their surfaces worn down to an unnatural, almost polished sheen, as if absorbing the relentless focus of their silent custodians. The very cobblestones of the square had been worn smooth by the ceaseless, unseeing shuffle of feet, creating hollows that caught the rainwater like tiny, reflective mirrors. The trees that lined the main thoroughfare had become entangled with remnants of silk and linen, as the former seamstresses, now indistinguishable from the very branches themselves, continued to mend invisible garments. Their fingers, gnarled and covered in lichen, still moved with painstaking precision, threading phantom needles, their lips forming silent, delicate stitches in the fabric of the air. Sometimes, a delicate, almost musical sigh would emanate from the trees, a sound like silk rustling, or a whispered complaint about a particularly stubborn knot. The wind, passing through these living, dreaming tapestries, would carry with it the faint, almost imperceptible scent of mothballs and dried lavender, echoes of the forgotten lives of those trapped within. The palace itself was a grander, more unsettling monument to the pervasive sleep. Its once gleaming marble was streaked with green algae, its high ceilings draped with intricate cobwebs that shimmered in the rare light, undisturbed for generations. The elaborate antechambers, once alive with the rustle of noble robes, were now filled with statuesque figures, frozen in perpetual dreamlike states. A duchess, still draped in the remnants of ancient silk, stood by a crumbling window, her fingers endlessly arranging imaginary jewels, her eyes fixed on a distant point only she could see. Her dream, perhaps, was of a perfectly adorned necklace, each pearl in its precisely symmetrical place, and the very dust motes dancing in the sunbeams that filtered through the grimy windows seemed to arrange themselves in perfect, circular patterns around her. Lord Bartholomew Catherall, the Baron of Blackwood, was still in his topiary gardens. His figure, now almost entirely subsumed by the encroaching ivy that laced his tattered robes, was one with the sculpted hedges. He sat, his hands gently cupping a moss-covered stone, his head tilted as if listening to its ancient secrets. The hedges themselves had grown into colossal, amorphous forms, their once geometric precision lost to centuries of neglect. Yet interspersed within their wild growth were patches of unnatural neatness, perfectly clipped spirals or smooth, inexplicable curves where the Baron's somnambulant hands had, over the ages, continued his dream of perfect form. Travelers sometimes reported seeing the faint, almost ghostly glow of a polished pebble amidst the overgrowth, a single point of unnatural light, reflecting the Baron's endless obsession. King Theron, the instigator of Alistair's trial, was still on his throne. Or rather, what remained of him was intertwined with the very fabric of the decaying royal seat. His crown, now a tarnished circlet, was wreathed in cobwebs, and his regal robes were reduced to fragile threads woven into the velvet of the throne. His hands, skeletal and still, lay on his lap, fingers twitching occasionally as if counting invisible stitches, his mouth sometimes parting to emit a faint, reedy whisper, one stitch then another, such order so true the throne room, once filled with accusations and paranoia, was now a vast silent space, its air thick with the dust of ages and a profound sense of forgotten majesty. The very dust that settled on the crumbling walls seemed to shimmer with a faint regal gold, a lingering echo of the king's simple, metallic dreams. The most unsettling aspect, for the rare, intrepid traveler, was the feeling that the entire kingdom was collectively dreaming, and that these dreams, however mundane or absurd, were slowly, irrevocably, reshaping the physical world. The crumbling walls of the palace seemed to hum with faint, internal narratives. The wind, sighing through the broken windows, sometimes carried the distinct, low murmur of turnips so round, so earthy, or smoothness, the perfect grain, or the faint, nonsensical couplets of the Duke of Stonemore, who was now a skeletal outline in the library, his very bones seeming to emanate poetic fragments into the silent, dusty air. The land was not merely asleep, its very substance was infused with the gentle, repetitive madness of its inhabitants. And Alistair Finch, what became of the alchemist who had, in his desperate bid to reverse his mistake, stumbled into a state of frantic, hyper-stimulated oblivion? His ultimate fate was the most peculiar, and perhaps the most poetic. Irony of all. Master Thomas Quill, the last truly awake man, had continued to document the collapse for decades, his journal growing into a vast, sprawling testament to the kingdom's descent. He chronicled the subtle shifts, the accelerating decay of coherent thought, the gradual erosion of individuality. He wrote of his own profound loneliness, his desperate attempts to communicate, his growing despair. His last entry, found by a particularly persistent traveler in the crumbling royal archives, was dated centuries ago. It spoke of a profound weariness, a longing for the quiet peace that everyone else seemed to find, and a final desperate observation. Master Quill had noted that Alistair Finch, after his disastrous waking potion, had not died. Instead, consumed by the frantic, ceaseless stimulation of his own counter-concoction, and perpetually dulled by the lingering effects of the starlit slumber shroom, Alistair had become a permanent fixture in his workshop. He was a living, twitching automaton, endlessly repeating the motions of his final, futile experiment. The traveler who discovered Master Quill's journal, intrigued, then ventured to the royal workshop. What they found was a figure, ancient and desiccated, perpetually hunched over a cold, dark cauldron. Alistair Finch, his fingers skeletal and almost transparent, still clutched a heavy wooden paddle, endlessly stirring the empty cauldron. His eyes wide and unblinking, stared at the space before him, reflecting nothing. His mouth, a dry chasm, occasionally opened, not to speak, but to emit a continuous low, guttural moan, a sound that was neither a snore nor a coherent sound, but a perpetual agonizing hum, a physical manifestation of his tortured, hyperstimulated mind. Moss grew on his robes. Dust coated his hair, and fine, ethereal cobwebs, woven by generations of patient spiders, draped him like a macabre shroud. But still, he stirred, his body powered by the lingering, chaotic effects of his final experiment, continued its endless, useless motion, a perpetual motion machine of unintended consequence. The cauldron, too, had been reshaped by his centuries of unceasing, phantom stirring. Its inner surface was worn smooth to a mirror sheen, reflecting the faint light like a dark pool. The floor around him was polished to unnatural gloss, testament to his endless silent pacing, and the air in the workshop, while thick with dust, also carried that peculiar, sweet scent of the powder, mingled now with the faintest, almost imperceptible tang of something acrid, something burning, the ghost of his final, disastrous awakening potion. The travelers would stand in the threshold of the workshop, mesmerized and horrified by the sight of the continuously stirring alchemist. He was the pulsing, silent heart of the kingdom's curse, the perpetual motion of its tragic, self-inflicted oblivion. They would speak of the kingdom, not just as a place where people slept, but where they had forgotten how to wake, how to truly live. Their lives reduced to repetitive motions, their dreams mundane fixations. The stories would be told in hushed tones around campfires, woven into the fabric of distant lands. A cautionary tale about the perils of too much peace, and then the terrible consequences of an accidental genius. And Alistair Finch, the bored alchemist, having sought escape from tedium, found himself eternally trapped in the most tedious, most agonizing, and most profound of all his experiments, the unending, chaotic hum of his own erased mind, a living legend in a kingdom that had forgotten his name, his deeds, and ultimately, even itself. The kingdom, forever caught between wakefulness and dreams, continued its strange, silent existence. Its story is now merely whispers carried on the wind, unheard by its dreaming inhabitants. Chapter 18. The Modern Rediscovery. Centuries had passed, a slow, patient accumulation of dust and forgotten histories, since the kingdom had slipped into its peculiar, eternal slumber. The very air hummed with the quiet exhalations of a dreaming populace, and the crumbling palace, once a seat of power, was now little more than a grand moss-draped monument to an unintended peace. The once bustling market town at its foot was a silent gallery of living statues, their movements languid, repetitive, their minds lost in the serene contemplation of turnips, pebbles, or the delicate symmetry of dust motes. No one remembered Alistair Finch, the bored alchemist, or the catastrophic brilliance of his accidental invention. The story had faded into legend, a cautionary whisper among wandering scholars and daring cartographers, a tale of a cursed land where the inhabitants moved in a dream, their consciousness woven into the very fabric of their decaying world. It was into this profoundly quiet, peculiar landscape that a modern historian, Dr. Aris Thorne, ventured. Dr. Thorne was not a man of grand adventures, but of meticulous detail and an almost obsessive fascination with forgotten epochs. His own world, centuries removed from Alistair's, was one of ceaseless information, incessant demands, and a particularly aggressive form of modern sleeplessness born not of lack of stimulation, but of overwhelming, relentless stimulation. He suffered from the common malady of his age, a mind perpetually buzzing with anxieties both profound and trivial, yearning for a quiet moment that never quite arrived. He sought solace in the silent, forgotten corners of history, where the clamor of his own time could not reach. He was a wiry man, habitually dressed in sensible, muted tweed, with spectacles perpetually perched on his nose, and a mind that hummed with the quiet energy of 1,000 unread manuscripts. He found the pervasive silence of the legendarily sleeping city a welcome balm, a soothing antidote to the digital cacophony that plagued his waking hours. His initial purpose had been purely academic, to verify the existence of the fabled kingdom, and perhaps to ascertain the precise botanical origins of the dream fruit mentioned in vague, fragmentary old texts. He expected ruins, perhaps a few skeletal remains, certainly not a living, breathing, albeit profoundly somnolent, population. He discovered the king on his throne, now little more than an ancient, mummified figure draped in regal tatters, his skeletal fingers still lightly twitching over unseen stitches, a faint, metallic whisper sometimes escaping his parched lips. He found the Duke of Stonemore, a mere skeleton of velvet and bone, still propped in the library, his silent, rhyming murmurs now carried only by the sighing wind through the broken windows. And in the overgrown gardens, Lord Catherall, a form so entwined with the ivy as to be indistinguishable from the shrubbery, still held a perfectly smooth moss-covered pebble in his skeletal hand. The scale of the phenomenon was breathtaking, horrifying, and utterly unprecedented in the annals of recorded history. It was in the crumbling royal archives, a vast, silent space thick with dust and the pervasive sweet scent of the forgotten powder, that Dr. Thorne made his most astonishing discovery. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, beneath a collapsed shelf of illuminated manuscripts, he found a series of journals, meticulously preserved in a heavy, lead-lined box. The earliest, its leather cover cracked and brittle, was filled with precise, almost obsessive observations of mundane details. Observation, Flyer 7b, containing diluted moss water and powdered lint, continues to exhibit no discernible effervescence or chromatic shift. Conclusion, utterly inert. As anticipated. Time, 3:17. It was the hand of a precise yet profoundly bored mind. This, Dr. Thorne realized, was the journal of the alchemist Alistair Finch. The later entries in Alistair's journal became increasingly disjointed, fragmented, and nonsensical, a chilling testament to the powder's effect on its own creator. Azor, a particularly blue dust mote today. Or was it yesterday? The dust motes are very reliable. Unlike The prose devolved into repetitions, simple phrases, and finally, mere scrawls, reflecting the gradual erasure of the alchemist's own consciousness. Dr. Thorne felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp air of the archives. This was a mind disintegrating, captured in fading ink. But beneath Alistair's fragmented ramblings, Dr. Thorne found another, more coherent, and infinitely more agonizing chronicle. The journal of Master Thomas Quill, the King's chronicler, the last truly awake man. Master Quill's meticulous hand had documented everything, from the powder's accidental discovery to the first instance of sleepwalking, to the chilling realization of the starlit slumber shroom's memory-erasing effects. He read of Alistair's desperate, misguided attempt to create a waking potion, and the horrifying transformation of the kingdom into a place of agitated, memoryless automatons before the soothing influence of time and neglect allowed them to settle into their current placid state. He read Master Quill's agonizing observations of Alistair's final descent, his transformation into the perpetually stirring figure in the workshop. The chronicler's last entry, faded but legible, was a lament, a desperate plea for understanding, a lonely whisper against the tide of collective amnesia. Master Quill's dedication, his singular, lonely act of resistance against the pervasive oblivion, moved Dr. Thorne profoundly. Armed with this dreadful knowledge, Dr. Thorne finally sought out the royal workshop. Guided by Master Quill's precise, albeit centuries-old directions, he found it, overgrown with thick vines, its heavy wooden door partially rotted, yet still standing. The air within was thick with dust, the faint, sweet scent of the powder still lingering, mingled now with the acrid ghost of Alistair's final disastrous experiment. And there, hunched over a cold, dark cauldron, was Alistair Finch. His figure, desiccated and ancient, was utterly still, fused to the spot by centuries of dust and cobwebs. Yet, his skeletal fingers still lightly clutched a heavy wooden paddle, endlessly stirring the empty cauldron. His wide, unblinking eye sockets, now mere hollows, stared into the space before him, and from his parched throat a low, continuous, almost imperceptible hum escaped, a perpetual, guttural moan that was neither a snore nor a coherent sound, but the enduring echo of a mind eternally struggling, endlessly stimulated, trapped in the precise, horrifying moment of its own unraveling. The cauldron's inner surface was indeed worn to a mirror sheen, reflecting the faint light like a dark pool, a testament to his unending phantom labor. Dr. Thorne observed him for a long, silent moment, the very air seeming to vibrate with the sheer monumental irony of it all. He then returned to his meticulously organized camp, carrying with him the precious, horrifying journals, particularly Alistair's original journal, detailing the precise, accidental recipe for Finch's finest. He laid it out on his portable desk, beneath the flickering light of his own modern lamp, far removed from the dim oil lamps of Alistair's era. The recipe, clear despite its faded ink, stared up at him. Dessert, bloom, twilight, wine essence, two seemingly innocuous components, combining to unleash an apocalypse of quiet forgetting. Dr. Thorne spent the next several weeks in the silent city, poring over the journals, cross-referencing notes, meticulously analyzing the data from a kingdom lost to accidental science. He saw the potential horrifyingly, clearly. He understood the initial allure of profound sleep, the desperate yearning for quiet in a world of clamor. He thought of his own world, plagued by anxieties, by relentless deadlines, by the impossibility of finding true rest amidst the ceaseless noise. He thought of the billions who tossed and turned, whose minds raced with worries, whose bodies ached from the lack of true repose. A single pinch, Alistair had boasted, and anxieties shall be but a distant memory, replaced by the profound quiet of true oblivion. The phrase, chilling in its accidental foresight, echoed in Dr. Thorne's mind. He could, he knew, recreate the powder, the desert bloom, the starlit slumber shroom, was rarer but not extinct. He had seen reports of similar fungi in arid, unexplored regions. The twilight vine essence, a common enough marsh plant, could be easily procured. He could bring profound, dreamless sleep to a world desperately yearning for it. He could end all human suffering caused by sleeplessness. Imagine, he mused, a world where everyone was always perfectly rested, their minds clear, unburdened by the cumulative exhaustion of centuries. The thought was tempting, dangerously seductive in its simplicity. He imagined a global peace, a world without the frantic, aggressive energy of perpetually tired minds, a silent, harmonious utopia of deep, pervasive calm. But then he looked at Master Quill's journal, at the painstaking documentation of memory loss, of the slow erosion of identity, of the descent into gentle, absurd obsessions. He thought of the king, sorting pebbles, the duke, reciting endless, meaningless rhymes, the villagers, obsessed with the texture of bricks. He thought of Alistair, eternally stirring, a monument to a mind tragically hyper-agitatedly erased. This was not peace. This was extinction, a slow, gentle unraveling of consciousness, a collective forgetting of history, of purpose, of self. It was a trade, sleep for memory, tranquility for identity, peace for personality, and the price, Dr. Thorne realized with a shudder, was far too high. He considered the ethical implications, the sheer, monumental responsibility that had fallen, quite literally, into his lap. This was not merely a recipe, it was a weapon of mass cognitive obliteration, cloaked in the guise of ultimate repose. To release it into his own world, a world already teetering on the edge of information overload and existential weariness, would be to invite a similar, perhaps even faster, collapse. His own sleepless nights, his own anxieties, seemed trivial compared to the profound, terrifying peace he held in his hands. Dr. Thorne sat at his desk, the ancient crumbling journal open before him, its pages filled with the careless genius of Alistair Finch. He picked up his own quill, its nib sharp and precise, and dipped it into his inkwell. He wrote not a new experiment, but a final, somber addendum to Master Quill's already voluminous chronicle. He meticulously detailed his rediscovery, his observations of the kingdom's enduring slumber, and his understanding of the powder's irreversible effects. He described the horror of Alistair's final eternal experiment, and then he wrote of his dilemma, his internal debate, weighing the siren song of absolute rest against the dreadful cost of absolute forgetting. He sat back, his own eyes burning with wakefulness, a quiet fatigue settling deep into his bones. The sun began to set, casting long, mournful shadows across the silent city. The temptation to reach for the recipe, to begin the process, was immense. A quiet whisper in his own weary mind. A single pinch. Just one. He could sleep. Truly, profoundly sleep, for the first time in years. The thought was intoxicating. But then he heard, or perhaps imagined, the faint, collective murmur from the town square. Turnips, so round, so earthy, and the faint rhythmic hum from Alistair's workshop, the sound of a mind eternally struggling against its own imposed oblivion. Dr. Thorne closed Alistair's original journal, the one containing the accidental recipe. He did not burn it. He did not recreate it. Instead, he placed it carefully back into the lead-lined box, sealing it with a new, stronger lock, adding it to Master Quill's vast chronicle of warnings. He then placed the box deep within a hidden vault he had discovered beneath the archives, a place designed for profound, undisturbed storage. Some knowledge, he mused, was too dangerous to be forgotten, and yet also too dangerous to be remembered in the wrong way. It had to be guarded, protected not from destruction, but from casual rediscovery, from the careless hands of a future bored alchemist, or a historian too tired to see beyond the allure of absolute peace. He packed his bags, extinguished his lamp, and stepped out into the deepening twilight. The silence of the sleeping kingdom was now more profound than ever. A heavy, velvet blanket stretched over a world lost to dreams. Dr. Thorne, the last awake man to grasp the full, terrible truth, walked away from the city, burdened by knowledge, his own sleeplessness now a conscious choice, a vigilant act of remembrance. He carried with him not a cure, but a profound understanding of the peculiar human yearning for escape and the devastating price of an accidental triumph. He knew that the world would continue to be restless, filled with noise and anxieties, but at least, he thought as he stepped onto the overgrown road, it would remember itself. And that, he concluded, was a price worth paying, even for a chronic insomniac. He walked away, leaving the kingdom of eternal slumber to its quiet, endless dreams, a solemn chronicler of a story that would perhaps, mercifully, never truly awaken again.